I'll also be unfortunately a bit rude. I have to cut down everyone's time. Unfortunately, it's not a pleasant task, but Braj Kumar has said 2 o'clock people have to have lunch because 2:30 or 2:45 another session will start. So to save time, I will cut down as a model. I will cut down my own presentation. I will try to highlight I will skip all the the initial slides on climate change impacts and so on and so forth, because I would like to focus more on what are the challenges, what are the way ahead. So I'm sorry, I'll skip a lot of the slides just to save time, so that I give time to the panel members. The chairman should take less time than the panel members. As a model, initially I was supposed to speak for half an hour, but I'll cut down to 5 to 7 minutes. So I'm sorry, I'll just skip the. Okay, I was about to talk about the historical and projected changes of climate change. We already know. I don't need to talk about much about that. And vulnerability profiles and risk profiles of the Himalayan states and all the states in India. Dr. Braj Kumar showed some slides already. We all know the Himalayan region is at the cutting edge of impact of climate change, most vulnerable to and most risk prone to current climate variability and long-term climate change. And then the impacts of climate change. In fact, I would like to say, as a professor, as a scientist involved in every climate change initiative in India, nationally and also at the global level, there is really very little research that has happened compared to the scale and the size of the country and the complexity of the country and the impacts of climate change. Very little research happened in India, to be honest. So there is a huge opportunity for young postdocs, PhD students and scientists to work a lot more on climate change modeling, impact assessment, adaptation, practice development, so on and so forth. And then I will try to highlight more. I'll skip the first three. I'll focus on what are the research needs and challenges for climate change research in the Himalayan region, which is same for the rest of India as well. And then suggest a strategy for promoting research, data generation, data sharing, and of course, project development for adaptation and mitigation. And I'll also talk very little about mitigation aspects, because both mitigation and adaptation are equally important, though for the Himalayan region and for the developing countries, adaptation is more important than mitigation, because our contribution to GHG emissions globally is less than 5%. So I will straight away, I will skip these slides. You all have seen them. You all know about them. You have seen this map. The Himalayan states are highly vulnerable or moderately vulnerable. And again, the risk proneness for risk and drought are high. And I want to show this slide, the impact of climate change on agriculture, which is so critical for 60-70% of India's rural population. There are very few published studies, there are very few institutions working on them compared to the scale required. This is one of the slides that's available, latest slide available from India's national communications, as well as India's national adaptation plan, which will be released. You will find such even the graph itself is not so good. The impact of climate change on wheat and rice production compared to 2010 to 2015, if you take the average yield of whatever 2 tons for rice or maybe 3 tons for wheat, you can see even in 2020s, 2050s, 2060s, how it will come down. So this is a story same for all the other crops, plantation crops. And of course, the forests are highly vulnerable in the Himalayan regions for the impact of climate change. The problem with impact of climate change on forests and biodiversity is irreversible. Unlike in the case of crops, you can come up with varieties, you can come up with irrigation practices, you can come up with water management practices to cope with climate change. But in the case of natural forests and biodiversity, it's lost forever. And okay, of course, one of the challenge for the Himalayan region is how we have seen the impacts of climate change, extreme events in Himachal, Uttarakhand, Northeast, even in southern India. Extreme floods, and there are few pockets of extreme droughts. So given that adaptation is the most important activity that we all of us will have to focus on, that requires, if you look at this is a UNFCCC DAG, project cycle or a program cycle or a policy development cycle, it's same for any state, any region, or at the global level. You need a good understanding of the location where you're going to play. You're planning a adaptation program, project or a policy, the state, district, and panchayats and so on. You need a good understanding of the risks and vulnerabilities. What are the current status of farmers' adaptation or fishermen's adaptation to ongoing climate risk, and then bring in climate change impacts and its potential, implications for dryland farmers, irrigated farmers, fishermen, forest dwellers, and so on and so forth. And then finally, you need to come up with what is the impact, projected climate change impacts in the coming decades, and then come up with a strategy to address the current risks, current vulnerabilities, as well as future and projected risks and vulnerabilities. Here, I will skip some of these slides. Okay, I'll come to the way forward. What's required for the Northeast region, the Himalayan region, even for that matter, for the most of India, there is a need for high resolution climate change projections at block, panchayat, watershed, forest type level, micro watershed. Currently, the Codex outputs, regional climate outputs available at 50 kilometer. In the mountain region, you need even 5 kilometer or 5 kilometer, because everything changes at every few kilometers. So given that, what's required is maybe by the end of this year, early next year, we may get 25 kilometer by 25 kilometer climate projections, temperature, rainfall, high intensity rainfall events, drought, high temperature events, heat waves. All of them hopefully will become available at 25 kilometer. But even 25 kilometer is a very big scale for planning adaptation programs, practices in the mountain region. You need 5 kilometer. We don't know when that will become available, because the computing power required is so high that scientists are unable to downscale dynamically at 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers scale. Second is development of a high quality risk vulnerability profiles at a scale where you are planning an adaptation project. If you do, there are vulnerabilities customary at the national level. They are comparing countries. We have done comparing states. We have done comparing districts. We need to go further down. Even down to the village level if possible. A good risk vulnerability assessment is the first step in designing a adaptation plan. Without knowing the vulnerabilities, without knowing the risks, how can you design an adaptation project or a program? Many programs have been implemented without getting into climate change projections or current trends or project trends. They just develop and implement a adaptation project. Maybe fine. They may not have the capacity to undertake such activities, but we as scientists, we should be able to provide good downscale climate projections data and also good risk vulnerability profiles at a scale which if you are planning at a village level, you need those profiles at village. If you are planning those at a block or a taluk level, you need them at that level. If you're doing it at a watershed level, you need them at a watershed level. And then, of course, need for impact of climate change. Everyone asks, okay, all the government people, chief ministers, all bureaucrats, they all ask, what will happen to food production, what will happen to biodiversity, what will happen to coastal zone, what will happen to Himalayas. There are all kind of challenges about how to really project the impact of climate change. Currently, there are very few institutions working on the impact of climate change on forest and biodiversity, and water resources, on agriculture production, fisheries, health, malaria, and other vector-borne diseases. There's a need for a lot of research on the impact of climate change. There are already ongoing changes now. There are going to be more intensive changes in the coming decade. So we need to understand the impacts in the next 5 years and also impacts over the next 20 to 30 years. That's a big challenge at a scale that's required. And then, of course, we need to come up with district level assessment of, watershed level, panchayat level, as I already mentioned. And there's a need for a network of institutions, because one institution in Manipur, one university may have, modeling capability. Another institution may have agriculture university will know about agricultural impacts. Maybe forest departments may about for other research institutions working on forest and ecology, biodiversity. So they need to come together and work as a team. Climate change is a multidisciplinary field, team, including social scientists. And there is a need for generating the data required for climate change impact assessment, both climate change projections and also physiological, soil, water, all the data required for modeling the impact of climate change. That's currently not available. Again, what's available is not accessible to any student or researcher in Manipur or Mizoram or Tripura. It's not accessible even to a professor of Institute of Science very often. Despite being a senior professor, I can't get certain data from some government department. So imagine in small universities, and it may be even bigger challenge. And Need for coordinated research program, because the Himalayan region has some unique characteristics. You all know, I don't need to say. There's a need for a coordinated research program on impact of climate change on water resources, stream flow, evapotranspiration, water availability, etc., runoff and so on, because of the mountainous characteristics. Again, impact of climate change and all kinds of crops, forests, biodiversity, fisheries, and so on. That requires a coordinated program. One institution, I don't think there's any one institution in India. No IIT alone can do. No national agriculture institutes can do. National Institute of Technologies can do. We need a team of institutions, a group of institutions to come together and work. And there's a need for creating access to data. I've gone to so many meetings in India in the last 10, 20 years. One problem we hear, in fact, we presented this at one time as a member of the Scientific Advisory Committee to the Prime Minister. We made a presentation saying what data is available is not accessible to a scientist or a student or a researcher or even government departments very often. So most of my challenge is how to create some sort of a web portals where historical climate data, projected climate data, soil data, water data, etc. becomes available to researchers. That's a big challenge. Otherwise, students may be dying to work on it, professors are willing to guide, but data will be a major limitation. That's one of the major challenges, how to address the data, at least create data and create access to what exists today. That's a big challenge all researchers face in India. And need for research on developing adaptation practices. Currently, ICAR and institutions are doing some work. ICFR institutions are doing very little work. And so there is very little research, some research happening. The only aspect that's happening is in agriculture. Some institutes of ICR, some universities are working on breeding, drought tolerant, flood tolerant crop varieties and some practices and so on. But in other sectors on health, forest, biodiversity, water, very little research is happening on developing adaptation practices, strategies and policies. There's a need for research on that. And there's a need for promoting policy research. Very often you may have good, practice or a variety. You need a policy to promote that. You need finance, you need crop insurance, you need a lot of other support services. So you need good policy. In India, we always ignore policy research. Scientists ignore policy research, and the government, policymakers, they want policy research so that what policies that we can adopt to promote different activities. And finally, there's a need for increased financing. Unfortunately, funding for research. I am on the research committee of Department of Science and Technology and the research committee of Ministry of Environment and Forest. Very little funding is available. And we support only 10 to 15 projects or 20 projects per year for a country of this size. And that also funds get delayed, release of funds is delayed, and there are many challenges. You ask any scientist who has got a project from Ministry of Environment Forest DST will tell you what are the challenges even if you get a project approved. So there are real challenges faced by scientists and administrators in conducting research. We need to really streamline that. That's a big challenge. I will, of course, it's all about adaptation, about mitigation. I will just go to last section, what's approach required for mitigation. Mitigation is equally important because mitigation is where funding is available much more from private sector, corporates and other international agencies than to adaptation. Adaptation is, everyone thinks it's the state's job to help communities to cope with impacts of climate change. So assess the major source of GHGs in the states at a district, municipality or industry level, so that you know which are the opportunities for mitigation. Identify technologies, practices for improving energy efficiency and shift to renewables, and develop energy efficiency, renewable energy, electric vehicle and other programs for at the state level, district level, cities and even for sectors, and develop policies at the state level to promote all these renewable energy, etc. And we need to provide incentives. Obviously, you need good enabling policy and some tax incentives, subsidies, whatever. Those policies are required to promote mitigation. And identify potential sources of funding, national, international, corporate, CSR, philanthropic, many sources available for promoting both mitigation and adaptation. We need to explore those sources. The challenge is developing a good adaptation project, a good mitigation project. Nowadays, if you want to go to any international agency, they expect certain, scientific, technical input that has to be there in any proposal on mitigation adaptation. Whether you're asking for a small project or a large $500 million project from World Bank, you need all the technical details. And very often, I was referring the other day, if you submit a proposal to Green Climate Fund, it takes 3 to 4 years to get a project approved. If you submit a project to World Bank, it takes 1 to 2 years. So given that, that means that simply because there are problems in the proposal, there are problems with data use, the problems with the way proposals are prepared. So it goes back and forth between World Bank and the states, GCF fund, the project proponents. GCF projects on an average take 3 to 5 years. You know, if you apply today, you will see the money only after 3 years. I mean, you need a lot of tenacity to really go through all the requirements of these funding agencies. Let me conclude by my presentation. Last slide, I didn't realize that. One of my suggestions is to set up Indian Himalayan region or maybe Northeast Regional Climate Change Research Center. This is required because big institutions, universities are busy with, like industrial science rarely looks at Northeast, for example. So people are professors in my institutes or IIT Madras, IIT Bombay, they're all busy with other aspects, but you need a dedicated climate change center. There was a proposal from Northeast to ministry, but somehow it didn't go forward at all. So I'm sure if it is a joint effort from the states, I don't think Government of India can say no, either DST or MOEF. So launch regional coordinated research programs. I've already talked about that. Research in region-specific adaptation practices for whether it's fisheries or rice production and so on. Create a web portal for data dissemination and data access. And of course, training and capacity building in modeling and adaptation project development, mitigation project development, implementation and monitoring. So let me conclude with this, and let me now invite, I won't spend time in reading out all the names, all the panel members for the first session are here. I request all of them to come on the dais. I'm sure all of you, I don't need to, Subrata, please come, all of you come, I don't need to take the name. I'm trying to save time. So I request everyone to, now we only have some 45 minutes, unfortunately, if you don't want to miss lunch. So I request each of them to take about 5 minutes. Unfortunately, there may not be any time for slides. So I've set some agenda. I request each of the panelists to say their state-specific, state of research, the challenges they face. I think that's the main thing, rather than talking about impact of climate change on the state. That's very well known. I request all of them to please take your seats, and I request all the panelists to talk about what is the state of research, knowledge on climate change in the state, and what are the challenges, and what's the way forward. These are the 3 issues I would like each of the panelists to address. I feel very sad that we have less time for for an eminent panel. So we have 4 plus. Sorry? Yeah, let's have in the end if you have time, please. I know. So I'm sure panelists is very clear. Please highlight the state of research on climate change in your state. What are the challenges? What's the requirement? What's the way forward? I would be very happy if you focus on these 3 than talking about the impact of climate change. We all know that. So I'm sorry for giving less time. It's not in my hand. Initially, plan was everyone get 10 minutes. So it was 120-minute session. Everyone was supposed to get 10 minutes. Now, let me, without taking much time, maybe you can speak here from. You can speak from there or here. So let me start with Subrata. Please come.
You can speak from there. You can speak from there.
Good morning. Good morning and greetings from West Bengal. Like sir said, if we say about the observations, sir, around this resources. So the resources may be the land resource, water resource, and human resource. So land resource, a major resource is forest. So in West Bengal, sir, what we have observed, the forests were actually part of the continuation of the Kanchenjunga Biosphere Reserve, expanding through Nepal and Sikkim. But now in West Bengal, the forests are fragmented. So that is the issue. So for preservation and conservation of this biodiversity, there must be corridors. That is one observation. And Darjeeling has a legacy of, there are great botanists working from like Hooker and friend of Darwin. So they have listed the medicinal plants. So the medicinal plants, if that may be adaptation part, conservation of medicinal, conservation area. Second land resource may be the plantations. So the world famous Darjeeling tea, it's a gift from British colonial period. But for this tea, a huge area of virgin forests were destructed. And there was a huge migration of tribal population from central India to Darjeeling part. So the loss of identity, their identity, etc. was there. So there is yet a cost-benefit analysis whether this tea trade on ecological sensitivity. But now, standing today, there is no way going back. So tea trade is something, now it is considered as an adaptive tool and social security. But this trade-off is there, ecological and thing. Likewise, the famous Darjeeling mandarin. In every aspect of Darjeeling mandarin, the shape, the size, the aroma, the shine, the color, and the production has gone down. And while in a field visit, we have seen that the farmers, though they are receiving, today they are receiving greater irrigation facilities, pest control facilities, something, but the return is not there. They are shifting to other support crops like turmeric, etc. for their livelihood. Likewise, large cardamom facing problem. Then coming to agriculture, land is very scarce. There is scarcity of land. And there is this squash, which is cultivated there. It's a very good crop because it is climate resilient, because it is grown on platforms. So when there is heavy rainfall, as it is on platform, the rain doesn't hit the soil and this precious agricultural soil is preserved. But as there is no cold chain and this market links, this livelihood is not ensured. Coming to human resource, this Darjeeling Himalayan area, there are large, both from soil and immigrants, there are many, many tribes. And each tribe, each community has had their own tradition, their own learning, their own wisdom for different production things. But now as the mode of production is changing, mode of transport is changing, those are getting lost. So human. So whatever we are doing, landslide is a major problem in Darjeeling Himalayan region. So, water resource. Whatever we are trying to do for management, water is the issue. Scarcity of water. Though in West Bengal, this Darjeeling Himalayan region is a unique water resource region. 2 out of the 6 water resource region of India, 2 are in Darjeeling. One is Ganga system, one is Brahmaputra system. For drainage, from first order stream to 8th order stream, the drainage are there. And sir, as you have asked, we have done all the stream ordering and micro watersheding. There are 1,000 micro watershed and up to 2 region, all in between mini, sub, all watersheds are present. And there are more than 3,000 millimeter rainfall in Darjeeling. Still, there is scarcity of water, and that to drinking water is even not available. And water mafia is in full vogue. So water is those, what it is said, this spring water management has come out as a novel, and they are trying many types like through cluster, through individual, through watershed basis, they are trying. So something. But then there are the chances of disaster. In Namshi project, we have mapped more than 1,200 landslide points, and we have done some HP landslide susceptibility mapping we have done, and we have made a list of 45 most probable villages where landslide may occur using HP methods, etc. So those we are trying, but there are research gaps. So this comprehensive, if we try to do spring management, this comprehensive hydrogeological data, comprehensive is not there, something is there. But likewise, this predictive landslide warning system is not there. So we need all these things. Now the policies, as you said, the resilient policy for infrastructure and building code, then this medicinal plant policy, the ecological tourism policy, those types of policies are also required. And sir, for this study, we are using remote sensing data. We are, these classical survey methods are using, then modeling and simulations. No, sir, I am facing sir also. This simulation modeling, but what I feel for this climate change studies, the most important part, one of the most important is the stakeholders consultation. Sir, one example I may cite here, during our Namshi, in period, the district medical officer, he cited one thing. There was one disease, scabies, typhus, something, which was prevalent during World War II and the first wave of industrial movement. Due to temperature rise. Sir, they are observing that, then it was subdued. Now, for the last decade, they are observing that thing. So, searching climate change signatures from stakeholders consultation is very, very important. We don't know how much we can do. Answer for challenges, so what to say. We try to do the things that are, one is the multi-stakeholders approach. Then women's at center. This approach, you please bring on the approach. Yeah, that one. Please bring, no, next one. No, multi-stakeholders approach, then sense of community ownership, this and women at center. Whenever we did the community thing now, whenever the women are in structure, like in water resource and nutrition things also, when women are at center, it is more wisely directed. Leverage of local knowledge with modern technologies for optimum benefit. Then agroforestry with varied species for diversity, and not only nutrition, then fuel, fodder, food, everything. And it also improves the resilience and arrest out migration. There are huge out migration in today's year. And climate resilient farming using biofertilizer, biopesticides, local seeds, mixed farming, local breed of livestock. In hills, there are local livestock rearing, the practice is there. And perennial water harvesting structure, that is very important. One is this, spring water management they are doing. In fact, there is also a traditional method of doing, using these bamboo pegs. And now they are doing, trying out different methods, and emergency preparedness and management of real time. This is the approach. And next. So I come to end. As told, this data sharing, knowledge sharing, collaboration, cooperation, and participation, this is very important. And this Namshi studies may be establish itself as a knowledge hub and single window gateway into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Subrata. Now I request Dr. Majid. You can show 3-4 slides, concluding slides, if you want to. You're welcome. Yeah.
Thank you very much. As Professor Ravi always says, everyone is respected here, so respected everyone. A very good afternoon from Jammu and Kashmir. I'll be showing the slides very quickly, and I'll just try to move and try to stick to my time what I have been given by the chair. So I'll be giving some insights into climate change from Jammu and Kashmir. So as you can see this slide, we have recently seen a lot of extreme events hitting us, particularly in Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand, Himachal region, and this extreme events have led to around 552 deaths, and the number of extreme events that have been recorded since 2010, it has been 2,863. So in wake of such events and such happenings in our region, where we are actually least responsible for global climate change and least responsible for emitting the greenhouse gas into the atmosphere, while as being net negative in carbon, still we are here to face the challenges of climate. So in order to face these challenges, we need to be prepared, and we need to make ourselves resilient for this climate problem. So as other states have done, so I will quickly rush through these slides. So historical assessments we have done separately for Jammu as well as Kashmir, because we have two different regions. I'm skipping, sir. I'm running, sir. So we have done all these modeling exercises for J&K. So from research point of view, the projections we have done, from month-wise projections we have done, and coming to the vulnerability analysis, thanks to the Professor Ravi and the group, we have learned a lot of things, and we have implemented kind of this vulnerability assessment into the district level planning as well. So agriculture separately, and then water sector separately, then health sector separately, forest sector separately we have done, and we have come up with the adaptation strategies. I have just shown here two adaptation strategies when, as a sample, one in agriculture sector and one in forestry sector, because largely what happened with the earlier SAPCC, there were no funds. Now we have been asked to mainstream it and plan it as per the what national level schemes are there. So we have planned all the adaptation schemes, keeping in mind where the funding is and which action maps what indicator towards the climate change. And then we have also linked it with district level schemes. So district level, what is making that district vulnerable, where is the scheme, and what action they have to take. So these are the schemes and actions we have taken. Now coming to the what Professor Ravi said, that we have to take it to the more finer scale or more micro level. We have gone up to the city level vulnerability assessment. So this is for Srinagar city. We have done all the mapping exercises, earthquake mapping, flood mapping, heat mapping, then towers, hospitals, schools, buildings. We have gone to the building level, landslide hazard zonation, and then we came up with the vulnerability in the physical sector, social sector, the natural sector, economic sector, as well as the composite vulnerability at the city level, and then give the plan accordingly to the city planners. So then we can, what was the important thing that planners need? They need the quantification, that if you are going to take this action, how much, when, what. So we have given all these timelines, and as per the given plan, we will be mitigating around 2.3 million tons per year if these schemes are implemented properly by 2030. So we have given the solutions like nature-based solutions. One more success story, we have gone to the panchayat level, and panchayat level vulnerability mapping we have done, and we came across the most vulnerable areas, and in those vulnerable areas we did some interventions with the help of the agriculture department, and agriculture department did the interventions. So the land that looked like this and remained like this for around 7 years. So with the help of these interventions, this was changed to the 1 year 3 cropped area in just 1 year. So this was one of the main, with the help of the adaptation and mitigation strategies that were devised by planners using the science. From 1 year, from 7 years, it was brought down to 1 year and 3 cropped plan. So now in order to monitor all these things, what is happening in the sectors in vulnerability, that what is making vulnerable that district. So we have mapped all these into the dashboard, and we are planning to launch this dashboard where all these schemes will be mapped through dashboard, and you will be able to know how each district is performing in terms of the vulnerability and implementing the adaptation and mitigation strategies. So that will be a ready-made dashboard. And then the challenges, obviously, as Sir has already highlighted, we have the data gaps from sparse meteorological stations to limited hydrological time series analysis, fragmented ecological, socio-economic data sets. So this makes vulnerability assessments a very challenging task for us. Manpower is and institutional capacity building. This is one of the major hindrance in implementing these projects. So we don't have any dedicated manpower for climate change or per se implementing those actions, adaptation and suggesting something. So this is one more challenge. We need to have a separate climate change department, and where we can have GIS modeling, policy analysis, adaptation practices, and we need to take this capacity building to the ground level, where we need to motivate a farmer that he has to take this adaptation action, and only then he will be able to save himself from the climate vagaries. Then there is uncertainty in projections and planning. We have seen that all the projections for the Himalayan region, almost they are not giving that much up to accurate results. So we need to improve, but as Sir told, there are challenges in computing. So as soon as these are available, so we'll be happy to join. So with these all projections and future scenarios, precipitation, temperature with us, we are certain that climate change is happening. But what is there? There is an uncertainty that what are the manifestations of the climate change, when flood is going to strike us, when drought is going to strike us, when forest fire is striking. So these are the uncertainties associated with all these projections. So I end my presentation here, and I'll just highlight this. So this is the place where we as humans have a responsibility, where we are living and what we want for ourselves. So there is a lot in our hands as well as an individual than solely making the government is responsible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Majid, for sticking to the time and also highlighting the challenges and high-quality research done in Jammu and Kashmir. Now I invite Dr. Nanocha Sharma, Director, ISBD Manipur. Please.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Respected Professor Ravi, who is the chairperson of this session, and all the panelists here, and then all the delegates who are of the dais. So I just want to mention that I represent one and only institute of Department of Biotechnology, which is called Institute of Bioresource and Sustainable Development. It's not ISBT, it's IBST. So people normally misnomer this institute, but this is one and only institute of Department of Biotechnology in the whole Northeast. So we work, this institute was set up in 2001 with a clear mandate to use the bioresources of this Northeast India for the socio-economic development of this region. So it was set up with a headquarters in Imphal, and then now we have different centers, one in Sikkim, one in Shillong, and one in Aizawl, and one is coming up in Nagaland in Kohima very soon. And so we work on 5 verticals. One is plant resources, where it is very much related with the climate change and environment. And also we work on phytopharmaceutical mission, which includes ethnobotany, ethnopharmacology, and drug development. And also one of the biggest microbiological resources and fermented food. And also we have animal resources, and also we have eco-restoration, water management, and surveillance, which is very much related with this, with the mandate of this congregation. So what, I will not take much time because I have a lot of slides, but I will not take, but just giving an example that we work under this phytopharmaceutical missions. The main objective is that to restore, to do the documentation and validation of all those traditional healers who has been practicing from the time immemorial. So first we do the documentation, and after that we do the validation. What we want to do is that if we don't do the documentation, number one, after 15 or 20 years, all this traditional knowledge will go off from this country. So we want to just preserve that with the notion that we want to use the formulation of all those traditional healers, which will take part in mitigating all those, fighting the climate change, which we are facing right now. So, and then being a scientist, what we do is that we don't do only documentation. If we do only documentation, our scientific advisory committee will close our institute. So we also do the validation. So being a research institute, we have a lot of state-of-the-art facilities starting from HPLC, LCMS, GCMS, you name anything in whatsoever you get in other institute, we do have in Imphal. So, and also this, I want to take this platform as an opportunity that you, everyone, all the students, everyone can come with us. Okay, of course you have to pay for the users ask for that instrument. So I think we have colleagues from Manipur universities and Comm, Central Agriculture University, which we have a collaboration, and also Dhanamandjuri University. We do encourage students as well as faculty to do research in our institute. So what I want to say is that we are spread across the Northeast, so you should take the chance of being this institute, being in here in the Northeast. And also what Ravi sir was telling, that to set up a climate change center or some sort of like a center, that I would really, on behalf of IBSD, I would really love to be take part, and also take, not only take, but also take a major role in setting up that. We really want to do that, because the thing is, we want to give this younger generation the know-how and also all the practices, and also to use all the high-end instruments which we have. So just to mention one, that we have a sequencing NGS, next generation sequencing Illumina platform. We have a MySeq, NextSeq, we have a Sanger sequencer. We were the first institute in the whole Northeast to sequence the COVID-19 viruses. So, and we have other facilities also, and if we don't have anything, we have other collaborators from our ministry, and then we can definitely send and we can collaborate also. So without taking much time, this is one of the plants which I want to show. This is called Paris foliophylla. This is found only in Manipur context, is found only in Ukhrul and Mau. So this has been, this has been enlisted as an endangered species, and then we have done a lot of work on this, and then we have even developed a cream out of this for the diabetic wound healing. So this is, these are just samples which I want to show, and also this is the Paris foliophylla, and the other one is Hottunia cordata and curcumin, different varieties of curcumin. And then, so we do documentation, and then also, okay, this I would really like to thank Director of Environment and Climate Change, Government of India, which they have provided. What we did is that we study the change of this Paris foliophylla as far as the climate change is concerned in the Manipur context. And also these are some work which we have done, and also these are some projects which we have taken from our department, low-chilling varieties of apple. So, these are all, I think, I will not take much time. So what I want to mention here is that, and also we have a fermented food division where we use, okay, without slide also I can just say that. Okay, so with the fermented food, we also develop a starter for the Hawaiian, and also everyone knows that. Okay, so what we do with the fermented food is that, as everyone in the Northeast has a specific unit fermented food for each and every state, so we also develop a starter. Why we work on this fermented food is that, say, just giving an example for our jar. So there are many cases where people get food poison. So we want to start off, we want to develop in a scientific way, in a proper, clean, and hygienic way for all those fermented food. And also, one good thing which I want to mention here is that we are also in the process to set up an NABL accredited lab. So this, why we need is that, so I'm just giving an example, say like one farmer comes up with that, he comes with the turmeric. He wants to estimate the compound there, say curcumin. Say, and then for that he has to send to somewhere in Calcutta or Delhi or somewhere. So being in this state, we want to set up all this NABL accredited lab so that it can benefit our farmers as well as young entrepreneur. And so, and also we have one of our colleague who was here with us in IBSD, Dr. Santivila is here. So we also work on edible insects. What we want to do with this edible insect is that say all those, everyone knows that insect, we normally consume insects here, but maybe you have not. I'll take just 1 minute. Okay, what we want to do is that we want to develop, say, like all those bodybuilders, youngsters, nowadays they use a lot of proteins, steroid and other things, so synthetic. So we want to develop in a form of like a tablet. Why in tablet? Say people like me who is from Manipur will develop it, although I don't look like Manipuri, but I'm from here, born and brought up here. So we want to develop a sort of like a tablet which can be consumed by each and everyone. So if we take an edible insect as it is and take to Bangalore and say Ravi sir to eat, he will not take. So what we want to do is that we want that it should be consumable, and it should be really nice and accepted by the society. And also one more thing, I just skipped that. Madam was telling about the last cardamom project in the Sikkim. So in Sikkim, we have already got one project which we will be working on last cardamom project because it really deprives their economy. So we have already got the project and we're working on that. And one more thing, I just want to, okay, not the research work. So we are ready to collaborate with the state government and form the project, and also we can definitely get the funding from our Department of Science, Department of Biotechnology, but this is under the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. So with this, I welcome each and everyone. If you want to visit our institute, you are most welcome, and you can visit anytime. With this, thank you very much, and thank you once again, the state government, for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Now I call upon Professor Navachandra Singh, agronomist from Central Agriculture University, Manipur. Please.
A very good afternoon to you all. Respected dignitaries on the dais, chairperson, state representatives, experts, and state government nominees, other invitees, and candidates coming from different colleges, institutes.
Sir, you can skip.
Okay.
Go directly to your things. We don't
Okay. I will not take too much time. Hardly 6-7 slides. Let me produce today. Actually, before coming to my presentation, I want to make a request to the House. Actually, in northeastern India, research on climate change is, I think, very, very meager. It is also in an infant stage because climate change research is not an easy thing. We need funds. That is why in today's House, my proposal is we must create a sufficient fund for doing the research on climate change among the institutes and universities of Northeast India. This is my special request. If we can propose this, I think we can do some more research work on climate change in the future. Something happened.
Sir, you may have to continue. Please go ahead. Please continue.
Actually, I am coming from Central Agricultural University in Impal. In our university also, research work on climate change is still in a very infant stage. I got a chance to do some adaptive research, mostly on rice and other food crops. Let me present today few of the slides, whatever I got. It is not working. Okay. Actually, as we know, rice is the dominating food crop of the state, particularly for Manipur state. And in Manipur, it is also grown mostly as a rain-fed crop. That is why the impact of climate change is the highest in this particular crop comparing to other crops. That is why in the last few years, particularly in the last decade, due to climate change, we have faced a lot of difficulties and challenges in rice production in this particular crop. Most of the farmers are now reporting that there is no use, no profit on cultivation of rice, even though rice is cultivating by most of the farmers, because rice is a way of life for the Manipuris. That is why, even though there is no profit at all the Manipuris will continue to grow rice in coming years also. One thing also is we have experienced every year we cannot get stable yield in the last few years from rice crop cultivation. You see in this year also, we faced 3 times flash flood. Almost two of the crops during the flash floods, and mostly in waterlow area, semi-deep areas, rice crop was killed. Then, like this, in the last year also, 2 or 3 times flash floods is there. Many of the crops, particularly in the semi-deep areas, are killed, lost. Such things are happening. That is why we are facing a lot. We need to do studies and work, particularly in this crop. That is why I have taken up some adaptive research, particularly in this crop. This crop is grown in almost around 1 lakh hectares in the state. You see, with the changing climate, this production is how much difference is there? Only 3.7 lakh tons during 1920. You see, in 17 and 18, 5.2 lakhs, the variation is very much. I am figuring this, only these two, like this, every year, more than difference of 1 or 2 lakh ton difference is there in the production of rice crop. This is nothing due to the impact of climate change. In the morning session also, as Dr. Brajakumar has pointed, you see, particularly in the valley area of the state, there is high risk for both drought and the flood. You see, this is the impact in climate change. Then Manipur State Action Plan on Climate Change also indicate the rice yield will be declined in the coming years. That is why we have to take cautious, particularly in the production of this crop. May somebody, please help. Nang siyempre help to biro next to go. Yeah. Next to you. Yeah. Oh, don't see Yaniko. Now let me present before you some of the few salient findings on this crop. This is mostly what I have done is adaptive research, not on the others. You see, for this particular research, I have mainly focused on to find out adaptive rice cultivars of the state. Under the DST project, I got a chance for identification of climate resilient food crops, traditional rice varieties of Manipur. From this particular research, I could find out 4 climate adaptive rice cultivars. That is, one is Akanpau and the Kakchengpau. This is particularly for the valley areas of the state. Then, particularly for the medium land fields. Another one is Takanu and Nanem. That is for the uplands, the foothills and the upper hills of the state. These are the pictures of that varieties. How I have found out this research is, I have interviewed so many aged and old farmers of the state. Then by questionnaire, I have collected 21 main cultivars which are found, which are reported to be climate adaptive. But I cannot find out. I have to screen it based on the, what to say. That is why, based on the popularity out of that, adaptive traditional rice cultivars were selected. As a on-station time, I have done this also by, what to say, creating different moisture stage level as a on-station. Then, after that, whatever found in the on-station trial, I have done through on-farm trial to the different districts, particularly 5 different districts of the state. Based on that multi-locational trial, the above varieties I could find as a climate adaptive. That means they can survive a very different agro situation of the state over the different years. Then, after not only the rice, I also try to find out some alternate food crops when rice could not perform well due to extreme drought or extreme flood. What crop can be used as an alternative which are more adapted to the climate variation? Under that condition also, I have select 2 crops. One is maize. After the rice, maize is the only crop staple food mostly grown and used by the farmers and the people of the state. That is why rice is also, maize is also. Among the 3, mostly grown traditional cultivars of maize. Now in this rice also so variabilities I have found due to as they are cross-pollinated crops. But among these 3, this last one, Sahauchuja Angawa, this is more climate adaptive. Climate adaptive means that they can tolerate to varied agroclimatic situation under the multi-locational trials in the different districts of the state. Then another one regarding the colocasia also, these 3 this is collected mostly from different hill districts. Among these also the last one, this is Thadoupan, is most climate adaptive. The yield taste is also very good. This is mostly, liked by many people, many farmers, and majority of the population of the state.
Can you conclude, please, sir?
Okay. Then, regarding the evaluation techniques, how the yield of the traditional rice can be improved, because comparing to the high-yielding varieties, this local cultivar, their yield is a little lower. That is how it can be improved by technical enhancement. I have done for there also. This is anyway. This slide is also. Not only this, I have done some mitigation strategies also under the PhD research program under the different techniques of rice cultivation. Which one technique has the highest global warming potential? Under that condition also, carbon dioxide and methane release, we are more when more proportional organic manure we are added than the conventional method. However, no difference was observed regarding the nitrous oxide. Direct sowing reduces the greenhouse gas release from rice field comparing to transplanted rice. Greenhouse gas potential was also the minimum in direct seeded rice. In the direct seeded rice also, considering the yield how we call it. Then last one also, I want to show that regarding the alternate rain use system under the DICRA project, one thing also I could found. Just now, as I have told, particularly in the semi-deep and waterlogged areas, rice is very frequently killed by the floods, there's under such situation, what will be alternative to the farmers? Under that condition also, this one, say, water rig cultivation along with the fish. This farming is very, very economic and sustainable also. Under the plus condition also, particularly this cropping system, this part of farming system, they cannot be killed, they cannot be dead. Then regarding their economy also, you see, from 1 hectare of the lowland rice, around 69 or 70,000 net profit can be obtained also. In the rice cultivation, it is not possible to get up to such net income, hardly in rice cultivation, even in medium land also. Nowadays, the profit is around hardly 40 to 50,000 per hectare. This is also one of the, alternative farming system, particularly for lowland and semi-deep areas of the rice.
Sorry, sir.
Even though,
Can you
okay, due to time constraint,
Yeah, yes, sir.
let me limit here. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. I think now we have 3 more panelists. We are standing between lunch and the audience. So please bear that in mind. You can take your time, but realize people are waiting for lunch. So Dr. Wazir Alam, Environment Department, Manipur University, please, very briefly.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Chairperson, Professor Ravindranath, dignitaries in the dais. Okay, I'll go straight. Sir, I have a very brief presentation. There's only 5 slides only. Actually, what I understood from the theme of the this conclave, for these thematic discussions, I am not going to present anything on my research right now. Actually, I'll be discussing something on which are the basic laggings, what are the basic lagging and what are the requirements for going for a proper research basically in the region. I've been working here in Manipur from last 13 to 14 years, and what are my observations basically in terms of climate change and water resources. So I'll be basically focusing on that. So as per all of us know the climate change, and basically we are mostly discussing something on the intensity, durations, extreme hydrological events, non-uniform distribution of the water resources. I'm talking on the water resources perspective only, because I've been working here from last 14 years on the water resources, and I'm just going to share you the observations. So lastly, I'm just alteration of the retention time, basically how the water resources are altering between different landscapes and between different areas. So this is a very major concern of the research actually. As far we can see that when we talk this water resource and climate change relationship, mostly we talk in terms of water security perspectives. So water security perspective basically to access adequate quantities of water of acceptable quality for sustaining human ecosystem health services on a watershed basis to ensure efficient protection of life and other resources from the different type of hydrometeorological disasters. So keeping in this perspective, what are the basic gaps which we observe basically in the region right now? As I can see, some of the, presenter has given a lot of work they have done in their states and respective states. I think we are also in Manipur, we are having different universities and different research organizations. We have been working individually at our level. And there are some gaps which still needs to be manned, and we can reach up to some conclusive and very fruitful outcomes of the researches. So here, if I go, basically, what are the basic limitations we have right now? Say, hydrometeorological data on the catchment basis. That's basically one of the drawback which we do not have right now. Maybe some organizations or some institutions are working, even individually I'm also working on this area, but that we do not have a common data sharing processes, and we also have some information lacking in terms of water dynamics and water budgeting. When we say water dynamics and water budgeting, basically we're potential, availability, accessibility, quality. So all of us, from in this house, basically many of us may be doing research on water resources, and we may be targeting all these particular areas when we talk about like taking up anything with the relation with the climate change. So we have say problems like how are sustainable development implementations, sustainable development goals, SDGs goals are implemented in the states. With respect to special reference to the water resources, there also needs to be a lot of things to be discussed, lot of ideas needs to be generated and a lot of innovations needs to be developed. So we need to work on those areas and we need to mend the gaps of data sharing as well as data generations. We have some lagging in the wash scenario, basically the water sanitation and hygiene scenario. So here, although there are a lot of departments which have been working, like for example, I have been working on some health related issues on the water things, and we could not get data from beyond 2022. So we have only available data from 2022 and onwards, like up to this time. But these are some of the, say, when temporal constraints are there, when we go for any kind of, say, climate change impacts on those, say, health-related issues, we will require long-term data. So, apart from that, we have some limited knowledge in the eco-hydrological impacts when I talk about the water quality, ecological health of the water bodies. These are some of the areas where we can venture and we can generate data. We can, because I'm talking about the generation, there's one of the theme of this conclave, like this session is basically data gaps and whatever we are talking about in terms of data generations. So this is one of the aspects. These are the basic loopholes, which I'll not say loopholes. These are some of the limitations we are encountering every now and then. And when it comes to the research, mostly in terms of, in context of the water resources. But I believe everyone will also accept in this house that similar kind of situations are there in other sectors also. So, how do we approach now? Like every time we talk about the generation of the data. So, obviously, we mostly work on the accessibility, availability, and coverage of the spatial coverage and temporal coverage of the data. So we require representative data because any kind of modeling, when we are talking about the modeling, the core of the modeling, the heart of the modeling is basically the representativeness of the data. How representative is the data and how reliable is the data? Because model is you cannot use it as a black box. So we need to be very sure about how to generate a reliable and representative data. That's very much important in climate studies, very sensitive parameters which we need to be very much careful about. So for that purpose, a single individual or single organization cannot generate data like that. We need a common platform. We need a common, say, platform to generate data. So there are various approaches which I think that we can go with the catchment approach. We can use real-time monitoring. Nowadays, technology has enabled us to find various solutions for the data collections. Okay. Then continuous data collections, categorical approach, whether top-down or bottom-down approach. Okay. Historical and indirect data. We always should target on all those aspects. So we require some interdisciplinary communications, like for example, when we talk about the data collection on the water resources and social aspects sometimes we are missing. And many of the time, like this has impacts on our findings and it has also impacts on the decision making or policy making processes. So public participations, which is very important, whenever we collect data, we minus the populations or the target populations. So basically, every watershed is different. Every watershed has different characteristics. Okay, even the population is also different. Their problems and prospects are also different. So we need to be very specific about like what type of people we are dealing with and what are the vulnerabilities, their best practices, their knowledges, so indigenous knowledges, whether this knowledge which we are considering as indigenous knowledge is sustainable or not. These are the aspects where we need some informations and basically that will provide our insight into the climate change dynamics also. Obviously, what we have to do, we can obviously improving the data collections. This is one of the aspects where all of us were working on. Fostering collaboration and interdisciplinary communication. I think one of the panelists has already mentioned about that we have work, but we are lagging in the interaction between us and we do not have a common platform to share data. Even like a lot of, I think people are from the line departments, government departments are there. They have some bureaucratic, limitations when sharing the data. I'll not go into that, but we need a common platform where research can be carried out with a free mind and free hand, so that the sharing of the data will benefit every one of us. Okay? So already I talked about the incorporation of different techniques, technologies, technological advances, like in terms of machine learning, AI, IoT. So all these are also some of the things which we need to incorporate, because we require real-time monitoring of the data. We come up with huge data series and which requires humanly it's not possible. So we need some machine learning to come across a proper analysis of the data. So apart from that, sir, just 2 points.
Yeah.
And another thing is like, I have already talked about the public participation and consultation, two-way communications, which can help us in generating authentic data and reliable data. Lastly, like we have a lot of programs, government flagship programs, like Jal Jeevan Mission, Jal Shakti Abhiyan, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, which are already in the system. So how we can involve these mechanisms to generate data, at the same time we can use these platforms for, say, implementation of the climate resilience programs, or we can also have some kind of incorporation in those programs so that it can be acceptable to the society, it can benefit the society. So with these basic things, I think this is these are the points which I think everyone will have a lot of questions in your mind, and we'll have a lot of interaction on this. With these few words, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wazir, for a very focused presentation. Now, Mr. Sharma and Singh, we are standing between lunch and. Can you come? Dr. Devdutt Sharma, please. Director of Horticulture, Government of Manipur.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, all. Today I'll be very brief, as I represent Department of Horticulture. I will highlight only few points where some research works are required as far as horticulture programs are concerned in the state. So focus research on climate resilient varieties and cropping system, soil and water conservation for hill agro ecosystem, pest disease surveillance under changing climates, value chain resilience, both post-harvest and marketing, and socio-economic adaptation, livelihood and traditional knowledge. Built a multi-stakeholder collaboration platform linking all the line departments, not only for Manipur, but the entire northeastern states. Then again, the climate resilient crop varieties, why it is required? Let me just highlight a few points. Horticulture productivity is sensitive to temperature, rainfall shifts. Manipur temperate fruit zones need context-specific solutions. This is one requirement. Therefore, screening existing local land races and improve varieties for heat, drought, frost tolerance, grafting, rootstock trial for stress tolerance, phenology monitoring of key fruits, those are pineapple, orange, Kasai lemons, temperate fruits in hill orchards. These are the immediate required research work. On soil health, erosion control and water harvesting for hill agriculture, we may need to develop or go for research on soil carbon and nutrient mapping across elevation gradient, best practice terrace, contour bunding, vegetative hedge grower, and bioengineering trial, water harvesting, micro irrigation pilots. Number third point is integrated pest disease risks under climate change. The research which is required is pest and disease baseline surveys, modeling likely shift in pest pressure, testing integrated pest management, packages under altered microclimates. Number 4 point, climate smart post-harvest and value chain resilience. As post-harvest losses undermine farmers' income and adaptive capacity, cold chain and processing reduce vulnerability. Therefore, it is required that coal seam feasibility, particularly in hill districts, low-cost dehydration and fermented processing for perishable market linkage analysis for resilient value chains. These are the required research works. Then I will come to socio-economic indigenous knowledge for adaptation. Gender vulnerability assessment, study of shifting cultivation, transition, documentation of indigenous horticultural practices and their climate relevance. These are the required research work which pertaining to socio-economic and indigenous knowledge for adaptation. Number 6, this is the last one, but one of the most important. There is an urgent need for establishment of research institute on aquatic crop. Till today, we don't have any research institute on aquatic crop as such. Therefore, urgent need is there to establish one research institute, particularly for the aquatic crop. I do hope these discussions amongst the expert and valuable outcome of this conclave will be a guide to the state soldiers of climate change, including defenders of climate change, towards improving the existing strategies and creating a more robust and sustainable master plan to manage and mitigate the future challenges pertaining to impact of climate change. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sharma, for a very concise listing of priorities.
I have another meeting.
Thank you very much. Sorry. And now the last speaker, Namai Chand Singh, Nodal Officer, Agriculture Department, Government of Manipur. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am representing from the Department of Agriculture. As mentioned by the Horticulture Director, from our department also we need some research work. Especially we are looking at the crops like paddy and some oilseed crop and some pulses. Mainly we are focusing these 3 crops. Then, sir, we are recently faced some flood that damaged about 1,060 hectares of land. The highest, the affected area is Thauban, 560 hectares, and Kaksing is 260, and Ipan is 240. But we are expecting to loss of the paddy in terms of metric ton, 3,000. The metric ton is will be which is from the Norman our yield. But as far in our discussion with our Assistant Secretary, recently we hold a meeting to cough up this loss of the 3,000 metric ton. Just we are planning to increase the fast crop. Consulted with the line department, PhD and Mani Irrigation Department, we very slowly we hold a meeting to implement the fast crop also. Then regarding the sir, we are facing so many flood and drought also alternate every 3 or 2 years. Then we just request to all the research institute to develop the drought resistant paddy variety and as well as the flood prone area to grow the paddy. But we have some germplasm collection is done at Wangbal Rice Research Institute, and from there you may collect all the germplasm of the paddy, which one is suitable to do the research work on those for flood, resistant to the flood and resistant to the drought. Then another one is to address the impact of the agriculture of in the Manipur. Then our department also from the 2023-24 we introduced the climate resilience crop, the growing of the millets. We introduced that also. But under the Mission Organic Value Chain program, we are also introducing the growing of the millets just to introduce as a climate resilience crop in the Manipur. But unluckily, if rainfall is very heavy, the farmer, most of the farmer are not liking to grow the millet, because if the rainfall is very high, the crop, most of the crop are damaged due to the heavy rain. But this year also like that, most of the millets are damaged due to the high rainfall of this season. Then another one is the pulses, regarding the pulses. Then most of the farmers, they are not dedicated for the area to grow the pulses. But as a reason, we need to improve, or we need to find out some of the short duration pulses where after harvesting of the paddy, most of the field are lying vacant. If we grow the short duration and less moisture, or like drought resistant pulses under the after the paddy, it is very helpful to increase the yield of the pulses. But to challenge this, all our department is taking up of some of the program to address the impact of the climate change on agriculture. For example, PM Kisan we are doing, implementing. Then another one is the PMBBY, Prime Minister Fasal Bima Yojana, is the crop insurance. Then another one is just to use the water during the lean season. Our department is also implementing one scheme at the PDMC. There is under this PDMC, we provide farm pond and sprinkler irrigation as well as the drip irrigation. But like that, then just to save the environment, then pollution of the smoke or everything, our department as well as our under the mission organic value chain, we give the subsidized rate of solar pump from last year. Then this solar pump also, that farmers are very poor, and from our department they give their contributing share from the department. Then along with the Manirada, then we are giving the 3 horsepower solar pump to each and every farmer, some of the selected farmers. Then another one is we also providing some of the vermicompost unit both from MoMA and as well as our scheme. There is one scheme is the RAD, the Rainfed Area Development Program also, just to reduce the use of the chemical fertilizer. Then from this year, our director and our ACS, we all discuss to introduce as a compulsory program to introduce the to process and the distribution of the biofertilizer and the biopesticide also. Then for that only, we just already issued one notice to each and every district officer or something, nodal officer to report the requirement of the biofertilizer and the biofungicide also. Then another one is the most important part is this one, which one just from our department. I would like to conclude to include the research project of drought resistant as well as the flood resistant variety of the paddy. Then our son also has done something, but just we need to select those variety which are very interested by the farmers also. If we work the scientific research, but the farmer does not like, but it is very difficult to adapt or to adopt the technology or everything. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for all the panelists for cooperating with the time, and also for making excellent observations on what are the limitations, what are the challenges, what's required to promote adaptation, resilience, and climate change research in the Himalayan region. I thank all the panelists. Kindly give a big hand for all of them. So, Dr. Braj Kumar, I've ended the session exactly at 2 o'clock.
Some few questions, sir. From your side?
No, I'll be happy to have more questions, but people may be getting late for lunch.
Only 15 minutes we can take.
Okay, a few questions, please, if you have.
1 or 2 questions, sir.
1 or 2 questions. Yeah.
We can extend, sir, 15 minutes.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, Yeah, please go ahead, please.
Use the mic. Let them use the mic. Use the mic.
Yeah, we can hear you. You can say from there, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
My query is to you, sir.
Okay.
Speaking of the extreme weather events that have been happening in the Himalayan region recently, in the long term, how do you foresee such event happening in Eastern Himalayan, Northeast region? Thank you.
You know, as far as all the models show that in the coming years and coming decades, the severity and intensity of all extreme events would increase. So that is something, especially with respect to heat stress on the one hand, and extreme rainfall events. That is very clear from multiple models show that high intensity rainfall events causing floods and maybe landslides will increase. That is for sure. It's already happening. It will be more intense, more severe. Thank you. Next slide. Next question. Yeah, please.
Hello. This is just a query from the J&K representative. So you have mentioned that you have already developed a database on building level also in one of your slides. So what are the parameters that you included for the building level information? Thank you.
We
Okay, just speak it. Just speak.
Hello. We have tried to develop the building level database, wherein we have tried to ascertain what type of building structure is there, whether it is concrete, whether it is thatched roof, whether it is a slab base, or how much prone that structure is to earthquake or floods. So we have put all those attributes into those building level databases. Yes, because we have seen that high intensity rainfall events, they usually bring a lot of floods to the valley. Our situation is similar to what Impal is situated. Floods come from the mountains and then come down to the valley and accumulates water there. So in order to save those areas from these high impact floods, we have come up with a zonation that this will be the high impact, this will be the medium impact, and this will be the low impact zones for the upcoming floods or even earthquakes, earthquake resilience infrastructure.
Thank you. Yeah, yes, please.
My question is to Madam Subrata. As you mentioned also regarding the Darjeeling, as I heard, subject to correction, Darjeeling is the most climate change risk-prone district in the whole Indian Himalayan region. Could you please highlight the contributing factors of its vulnerability to the climate change impacts? Thank you.
Yeah, one thing is the location of Darjeeling Himalaya. Through the Bengal Delta, when the monsoon hits, so with whole force the monsoon hits the Darjeeling. From Bay of Bengal to Darjeeling, there is no hindrance. So apart from the regarding all the IHR, that part is most vulnerable. And here the slope and aspect is the like north, northeast, southeast. So the east and southeast aspect, that is the most vulnerable. Another thing is the structure and the geology. There are gneiss and some of the gneisses are decomposed. Here there are many formations are there. This Shivalik and Gorubathan formation, those Riang formation, there are central crystalline. Being in the same position, when the formation is central crystalline, it is more or less stable. But where in that same latitude or longitude, when it is, this formation is like Riang formation or Gorubathan formation or Shivaliks, here also comes that it is more vulnerable. This is one aspect. Actually, Himalaya is big and complex, and climate change crises are more complex. So we can share some of our observations but it is limited. There must be many other things. Just instantly this came to my mind. And another thing which I explained earlier also, the initial forested, because forest is adaptive, it is when there is cover. As I told earlier, the forests are fragmented. So,
Yeah,
it is another
thanks. I
factor.
know there are multiple
Multiple
biophysical,
factors, yeah.
socio-economic factors.
Socioeconomic factors
Yeah,
also,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah, next.
Yeah, sir, thank you very much for the presentations and for chairing the session also. It was quite informative, sir. Sir, I belong to the government. I serve as Special Secretary of Forest, Environment and Climate Change here, sir. Sir, you have spoken about extreme weather events that would come, that is likely to come in the near future and also in the future. As governments of the states in these northeastern region, even beyond in the Himalayas, what would be the most important, adaptive measures that the government should take up? Maybe in sector-wise, if you could kindly elaborate a bit, that would help us, in pondering even in the days to come, sir.
Yeah, very briefly, the studies have shown degraded forest, fragmented forests, and biodiversity poor forests are more vulnerable to climate change than biodiversity rich and contiguous forests. So the first thing is we need to, adaptation solution would be to minimize fragmentation and link the forests and reduce pressure on forests so that the existing forests are protected, biodiversity is protected. If the forests are in good condition, in the sense biodiversity rich, and there are no fragments, no degradation, the forest will be less vulnerable. That's number one. Number two, if you're undertaking planting in the mountainous region, what we call anticipatory planting, because species move along the altitude as well as the latitude. There is species have been migrating, both plants and animals. So if you're undertaking afforestation, reforestation, agroforestry, keep in mind what we call, if you're planting something between 1,000 to 2,000 meters, then try to bring in varieties and crops from the 0 to 1,000. So like that, anticipatory planting, because plants will migrate along the latitude and latitude, try to bring the species from lower latitude to higher, lower latitude to higher latitude, lower altitude to higher altitude. Number two, of course, your working plan, forest working plans are there, but they are not really up to date. So there have been attempts at a national level also to make them climate resilient, but not much progress has happened. So I would say halt deforestation, degradation, fragmentation of forests on the one hand, undertake anticipatory planting, and third is linking forests. As someone also mentioned, if you link forests, you are enabling migration. Species migrate with changes in climate. So if you link forest fragments, you are facilitating migration. There are many more. These are practical ones. Thank you. Yeah. Anyway, this side, yes, please. Sorry, I didn't look at this side.
Hello.
Yeah. Subrata, please. Yeah.
Ma'am, if I am not wrong, you are talking about the migration of tiger to Darjeeling. Is it so?
No, not only tiger.
Like you were, okay, please.
What sir was telling, if there are provision for corridors, the migration should be easier. Whatever is there, not only tiger, but not for tiger. In North Bengal there are elephants and other, not only the big animals, the small animals also, because as I mentioned that it was the part of the Kanchenjunga biosphere. In Sikkim, this Kanchenjunga biosphere reserve is there. Nepal also is there, but actually in the olden times, the whole area was under Kanchenjunga Biosphere Reserve. Now we have given it many names, but here due to this setting up of tea garden and many other reasons, the population pressure, etc., or many other reasons, the forests are fragmented now. And whatever the sir also told them, we have destroyed their habitation. And if it is fragmented, there is no way they should move. Everywhere there is man-animal conflict. Yeah. So if we can provide the corridor, maybe they can move and have their thing.
Whether it is a migration or not, that I want to know.
Migration.
Yeah.
That is ease. We have to provide the ease of migration to the animals. Yeah, that is that. Whether it is happening or not, whether it happened in the past, that I am not aware of.
No, but with climate change, there will be migration of plants and animal
Yeah,
species.
plants
We
they
need to
are.
facilitate.
Interference, they might be there. But I think due to climate change, the migration of tiger, that's what I'm somewhat confused.
We don't know about that. Honestly, we don't know. We're not
In historical records, there are tigers. But nowadays, like in Baksa forest also, whatever I heard, that before there were, but now there is no reported things. And here also I can mention one thing, like in giving example of Baksa forest, they have introduced the foresters the teak plantation long back. And I heard that the person who introduced teak in Baksa forest, he was rewarded because this economy, they bring money. But later on, it was found that all the droppings of the leaves, the resins, etc., that destroyed the original, that ecosystem. That resins was, because it was a like grassland type. For tigers, they prefer grassland. So again, they have cut down those ticks.
Thank you, Subrata.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry we have to end here. I'm sure people are very hungry. I'm sure appetite has built. So you can all have a nice lunch. Thank you very much. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. NH Ravindranath, Professor, retired IISc, Bengaluru, is the chairperson of the session, first part of the session today. So it was a wonderful panel discussion and topic, as well as the presentation was really fantastic. Thank you once again, all the state representatives, experts who are coming from different institutions and especially from state government. Thank you very much. So taking this moment as special, I would like to call upon the Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, Dr. T. Brajakumar, would to please do the felicitation to the chairperson and the panel members of the technical session, Research and Knowledge Network. Dr. Majid Farooq, Srimati Subrata Vidatta, Dr. Wazir Alam, So with this, here comes the end of the technical session, part 1, Research and Knowledge Network. Thank you once again, all the members who are on the dais, and especially the chairperson of the session. Thank you very much. And the ladies and gentlemen, this is time for lunch break. So as I mentioned already about the food courts on the left and the right. And here is another very good announcement for you all. The organizer is now arranging one specific indigenous food stall at the ground floor. The food stall will provide you indigenous local cuisine. So if you want to taste and to know more about Manipur and its varieties of itiaries, so that would please go down and taste these indigenous food items if anybody want to taste. And taste the delicacies, and this will enhance your curiosity to know more about the land and people of Manipur. So thank you very much once again. And this is almost, I think, 2:30, and we will be again starting our second session of the technical session, part 2, at 3:30. So by that time, would you please be inside the hall, and as soon as possible, we will start the technical session, and would you please cooperate us and help us so that we can bring about the program a grand success. Once again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and would you please have time for lunch.
Chandrakirti Maharaj na ingkumja lising amaga chanipan kuntra mathoidagi mache machal singbu punna chakau khibadagi ngasi fauba pangthoktuna lakli. Lamdam masigi amata ngairaba hiyangai gi nini panba ningol chakauba.
Ningon chakauba na lakpasida lamdam asida puna khundaminariba. Chingmi tami amadi maitei pangal singda. Nungai yaifaba chaukhatpa harau tayamna pinaboiba Oirasanu haina Ningon oibi ekhoina yaifa bauzel bizari.
Baibu singna thambiramba chatnabi asi kaya da fazakraba chatnabino. Nungsikraba fazakraba chatnabi asi matamgi arangara kayana ahongba puraktanaba. Ningol oibi singna tungi mirolgi damakta Ningol chakauba asibu mutnaidana lehounaba hotnaminasi.
Uchek waya kayana ritu naina sahek pagum. Ningol oibi kayana su Hiyangai thana lakpada sahek chari. Ke mongna momon minok kaloina chatlasi ipam lamda.
Ritu gi matungina nahona na ning singale ningol oibi singiyaning tha ningol sakauba na lakpasida ningol masingwat pade piba masing suta pade ning sinasi aikoi ning sizanana.
Laibak thiba mana laibaki irang na maram oiraka ningol chakauba gi thauramasi chahi aniromdi ningol chakauba si pangthokluje. Irebak sigidamakta thawai na pontha pikraba athaubi singna Mapugi laikonda ing chikna leiba oirashanu haina ishwargi mafamda thauni jabaga loinana tungda masigumba laibak thiba thaudokasi amuk hanna thoktanaba ishwargi mafamda thauni jari amadi handak chahigi lakliba ningo chakauba sina miyamda yaifa pause bizari iramda masida mikap mira khotadaba chahonga hongba mana chena panda lamdam ama oirasi haina yaifa pause bizari
Ningol chakaubana lakpasida mama mapa mabung maupa sekna tongan ba lukayana kana lejadraba ningol singbu mayumakai mainatumna thadok pikraba ningol singbu chakaubi babu kayagi matik ningol singna penjai kumon khudingi pangthok pangamba oibi
Aho bahai basi leiram drabadi aroi bahai basi su leiram loi thenga bisu thengna aikoi punna mikap thoklasi Lakliba chakauba asidagi lamdam asi hena chaukhatpa lunga yaifaba amadi ingtapa lamdam ama oinaba honamasi
Ningol oibi singi amatta ngairaba khwaidagi nuairaba kumhai ningol chakauba. Ipam lamdamda chattuna chariba makhai ihau ta hauraba itaroi kayaga thengaduna wari sariba makhai loiba naidaba hiyangaigi nini panba ningol chakauba. Yorokani khanbada hamoida leita from khangdaba ngaibada wajaba ningol oibi singi kumhai ningol chakauba. Manipur kaubi nungsirabi iramdam ningol oibi ekhoina mingchat urong khilamge pina biramu pangal thauna nasa oibi ekhoina phigau sana yariye punsigi tangkak kayada awanungai haibasidi masi tatnaba yadraba marini ekhoi khudimakna mayokna gadoribani haukrabana haukhare lakadoriba ningol chakauba asidagi ekhoi khundaminariba furup khudima nungsi sanana amata oina punjinduna apunbagi pangal semlasi lakadoriba chakauba asida ima ipa ibung ipwa kayana ngamjabada khina khara pibirakpa asi aikoi ningol oibisingna harau tayamna momon minoka loinana phigau sana yasi masida ahenba kaya haiduna amadi sizinaduna ningol sakawbagi phajaba asi manghan gumsi aikoi areiba kharana harau tayamna pangthokminasi nupi oibisinggi punsigi tangkat kayada
Pilingaigi matamdana imagi tung inaduna ningol chakawba chatnaba hotnajaba
laisa pungkak farakpadana ningol chakawba numita thongalda ine ichebu lakpa ngaijaba
mapung marai pharakpa maugi singda chalaba matung ningol chakawba numita ipam lamdam chatnaba ngaijaba
ahal oiraba matamdana ningol chakawba numita isa isu amuk lakpa ngaijarapa masini nupi oibisingi punsigi khongjat Kiangai nini panba ningol sakawbana lakpasida anakpada amade arapada laikiba ningol oibi khudimapu ELITETV gi maikeidagi yaifa paujel pijari happy ningol sakawba
In this session, we have opening talk on climate adaptation practices at Indian Himalayan region. And the chairperson of the session is Dr. H. Bir Kumar Singh, Chief Scientist, CSIR, NAIST, Manipur. So for the opening talk, that is climate adaptation practices at IHR, may I request Dr. S. Bir Kumar Singh, Chief Scientist, CSIR, NAIST, Manipur, who is going to be the chairperson of the session. Would you please come on the stage and take chair? Dr. S. Bir Kumar Singh. Yes, the ladies and gentlemen, would you please give your big round of applause for Dr. S. Bir Kumar Singh. May I take the privilege to read about the background of Professor Dr. Widrom Bir Kumar Singh, Master in Botany from Kurukshetra University and PhD in Rangeland Ecology from North Bengal University under the sponsored program of USAID USA, TMI USA, and IDRC Canada. Professor Dr. Widrom Bir Kumar Singh currently holds the position of Chief Scientist and Professor of CSIR, Northeast Institute of Science and Technology, Branch Laboratory, Imphal, Manipur. He has correctly established the Manipuri Kombirei, which is religiously associated with Meitei community, is Iris levigata Fist, which is now a new addition to the Indian flora. He has been writing popular science articles, especially on bioresources and environment since last 35 years, and has published more than 1,200 articles, mostly in 4 prominent newspapers of Manipur, namely the People's Chronicle and the Shanghai Express, both in English medium, the Huyan Pao and the Poknafam, both in Manipuri medium, and published 5 books. He has written scripts for 3 radio serials, which includes 39 episodes of All India Radio Imphal, sponsored by Prasar Bharati and also in Doordarshan Kendra Imphal, and one of the cable networks, ISTV cable network. Professor Singh is the recipient of 1 National Award for Outstanding Efforts in Science and Technology Communication, CATB, in 2018, conferred by NCSTC, DST, Government of India. 2, Rajendra Prabhu Memorial Shield for Science Reporting in 2018 by NCSTC and DST, Government of India. 3, State Science Communicator Award in 2016 by Mastec, Government of Manipur. 4, Appreciation Certificate for Outstanding Contribution for Valuable Articles for KADA Quarterly Journal entitled Health for Future in 2021 by Coalition Against Drugs and Alcohol, a civil society organization, and Certificate of Appreciation for Exemplary R&D Support for Knowledge Dissemination of CSIR and NAIST, Jorhat in 2012 etc. So, ladies and gentlemen, and especially in this congregation we are having with eminent personalities like professors, scientists, teachers, and particularly the delegates who are coming all the way from different states of the Himalayan suburb. Would you please welcome Dr. Huidrom Birkumar Singh by giving your big round of applause. So all rights and responsibility of the technical session is handed over to Dr. Birkumar, and he will conduct and manage the session. So all are requested to give you all support and take part in this session.
Thank you, one and all. Good afternoon. Today, I feel very happy inviting by the Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur, to participate in such a very important program. In fact, I was a quite long time out of station, but my friend Dr. Brijakumar just called me. We should attend such a very important program, so I came back, in fact. And I hope that I can share some of my knowledge and some experience, and also want to seek the opportunity to learn the knowledge and other experience of experts from the state as well as from different parts of the India. I hope that this program is mainly for Himalayan region. And we have the feeling that Himalaya means your Himachal Pradesh, Jammu Kashmir, your Uttarakhand, that Arunachal Pradesh, but Northeast India is also part of the tertiary area of the Himalayas. So I hope that we are very much within the part of the Himalaya. So I hope that today's program is really meaningful for our state of Manipur also. Climate adaptation, practice and innovation. This is the topic to be discussed in this second session of the day one. There are very important subheadings or theme of this topic: agricultural diversity, high value crop, agroforestry, farming technique, crop rotation, etc. In fact, I had the opportunity to work in different parts of the Himalaya. And I worked in Sikkim Himalaya for around about 5 years. I had the opportunity to work in Arunachal Pradesh. I worked in Tripura. So many places I worked, even in a brief period in Himachal Pradesh. So some of the experience what I got from all those organizations and institutes, I hope that can be shared today, and we can have a very, very meaningful discussion. Salt, we are all aware, salt, sloping land agriculture technology. We have practiced this experimentation in Arunachal Pradesh. I hope that one of my friend who is from Arunachal Pradesh. Yeah, that's my friend. So we did a lot of experimentation in this salt technique when I was working in the GBPAN Institute. And the details of the program technique I cannot cover here because due to the limitation of the time and this limited session. So the literatures are available. And there our main target was production of the crop as well as the fodder for the grazing animals, domesticated grazing animals. And with that technique, how we can conserve the soil and the water. That was the main theme of the salt. It is a well-established system. adopting drought-tolerant species. Nowadays, global climate change is coming up in a very rapid manner. And I have come across some literature. The rate of this climate change is faster than what the scientists predicted some time back. This speed is much faster now. We have come across, there is a bombing, even the Russia, Ukraine, Iran, Iraq, bombing is happening everywhere nowadays. During that time, such bombing was not calculated by the scientists. This is the additional force impugned on this climate change. And I don't know how long this bombing will continue. Definitely this bombing will contribute in the global climate change. And everywhere is quarreling, fighting. This is a great concern for the climate scientist. It becomes a very big threat in our life. So our thinking, the climate scientist thinking or perspective should be changed accordingly. That is why our institute, I am working in the CSIR Northeast Institute of Science and Technology. We have a group of scientists who are working to develop climate resilient or very strong adaptive crop species, varieties of the crops, including your medicinal and aromatic plants we are developing. And I can say proudly, our institute, my head office at Jorhat, Assam, has the biggest germplasm collection of all the world species. Huge collection we have. We have developed a very high-yielding variety of turmeric, probably that we have already started discussion with the state government. We will start a mission project for turmeric. Your curcumin content is very high, as well as the biomass productivity is also large. So hopefully, if this turmeric project is implemented in Manipur, definitely farmers will be benefited. So similarly, we have a lot of collection of your lemongrass, citronella. In fact, lemongrass, citronella cultivation was started by our institute since 1976 onwards. Till now, the highest yielding of variety of this lemongrass, citronella is produced by our institute. And very fortunately, we did a lot of location trial in different places of India, even in the Himalayan region, even in the south, Bihar, UP, and many places, we did a location trial. But very fortunately, I will tell you, the crop we did trial in Manipur always have a superior results. Your lemongrass oil percentage, recovery percentage is around about 1%. We planted in Bihar and Assam. But in Manipur, we got around about 1.2 to 1.4% oil recovery of this lemongrass. Similarly, some of the crops, just like your Vixa orellana, it is traditionally associated with our Manipuri culture, the dye-yielding plant. This Vixa orellana, our scientist has developed a very high yielding variety, and this plant performed very well in Manipur. The wild strain of this Vixa, it needs around about 7 to 8 years to produce fruits, flower and fruits. But this high-yielding variety, within 2 years, we can get the result. And the productivity is also very high. So we are developing that high-yielding varieties of many economically important plants. This will definitely help in combating or in challenging this climate change. And I have a new concept, even my friends from the forest department are available here. I have my own personal perception that when the climate change happens drastically, whatever the crop we have now will vanish slowly. That will decline, productivity will decline, growth performance will be declined. During that time, only those species now available in the forest, in the wild habitat, can substitute these challenges. Because we all know that today, whatever the rice we are cultivating, high productivity rices, once it was grown in the wild habitat before domestication. I have come across a literature during that time, the height of this paddy, the rice paddy, it was around about 12 to 15 feet tall. But now, due to slow improvement and the domestication, this paddy, now it comes at around 2 to 3 or maximum 4 feet. But during that time, it was around 12 to 15 feet tall. The paddy could not grow alone in the jungle, in the wild habitat. It leaned on the other tree forests and it grew, and the grain of the paddy was also hardly a few, only hardly 5, 6, 10. Now the cultivated, domesticated, this paddy, it produced more than 100 grains per plant. Due to slow domestication, it brings to the increase the productivity, and we are getting the benefit of it. So when the climate change happens drastically, the crop what we have now mostly cannot survive. There will be a lot of diseases, the yield will be reduced, even the quality of your produce will decline. During that time, the plants, the economically important plants available in the forest will be the only parental source where the scientists can develop the better crops. So that is why we need to take care of this our wild habitats. Nowadays that there is a lot of anthropogenic pressure everywhere. In fact, there is no any wilderness. It is all inhibited by anthropogenic pressure, human pressure. But we need to keep in our mind that our future survival still exists in the forest, wild forest. So there is a lot of laws are there. The forest coverage should be around this percentage, this percent like this. But I personally feel that not only the forest, the wilderness, the wild habitat should be kept intact, at least certain percentage. Not the man-made developed forest. Because man-made forest and the wilderness have a lot of difference in terms of biological elements. Biocomponents, lot of difference are there. So our future lies in the wilderness of our nature. We need to protect this. We cannot explore all these things. Let us keep it sacred, let us keep it untouched. But being a human being, we always prefer to explore whatever we can do. Even small fishes in the lake areas, the rivers, I don't know why we always, when we come across even this much size fish, we always caught. But we don't have the habit of left all those younger, smaller, so that we can get maximum benefit out of it. Humans have a lot of greeds. And I hope that we need to compromise our greed. Whatever we can do for the future generation is to save wilderness. Is very, very important. So, lot of what I can say, climate resilient crops we have developed. I hope that we can do some intervention this thing at this juncture of the climate change. And I will cite one example also. In Himachal, I hope that friend from Himachal Pradesh. We have one CSR laboratories, ISBT Palampur. We have developed a low chilling variety of apple. Generally, apple need a chilling temperature, certain chilling temperature. If not touch that particular chilling temperature, generally they don't flower, they don't bear fruits. But now scientists develop some varieties of apples that need lower chilling temperature. We have observed once the original, the wild that your apple just climb up towards the top of the hill because climate change. Climate temperature is warming. To survive and to bear the fruits, flowers, they always just climb upwards. But now we have developed this low chilling variety, so apples are available. I hope that many friends from Ukhrul district, they went training to our ISBT and now started plantation of this apple in Ukhrul district of Manipur. And fruit is also quite big size and the taste is also quite good. I happened to get the gift from some of the farmers. That is developed by the CSIR, ISBT Palampur. So that way our CSR, many of the CSR labs are also working in this challenge of this climate change. These are what I can say, some of the brief idea of this climate adaptation and practice and innovation. I hope that there is a proverb in Chinese, one photograph is more meaningful than 100 words, 1,000 words. So I will share some of the photographs that can directly share the knowledge. In fact, these photographs are very old photographs. When I did a PhD in the Himalaya, I took the photographs during that time, but quality is not good, but still that we can share. Again, biodiversity is very, very sensitive to the climate change. And we always feel that your plant and animals, plants are lifeless. They are more sensitive to the climate. We human beings, okay, we have some problem due to heat, rainfall, coldness, warm. We always just took shelter nearby. But plant, they can't do. Animals, they have the limitation on that. This particular plant, that is the Rhododendron cinnaberinum. It is grown in the timberline of Himalayan region, particularly in Sikkim. Very uniquely, this plant doesn't grow a bit down of the altitude and a bit higher of the altitude. It grows in a very narrow. Such type of the species will face the climate change more sensitive than the others. And I feel that we need to take very strong conservation measures of such type. But there are certain plants that can adapt more widely than some other plants. But this is quite sensitive. It grows only in a very altitudinal range. Again, this is another rhododendron. It is a Hoxoni. Is a name after the botanist Hoxon. This is again found only in the timberline area of the Himalaya. It doesn't grow higher altitude, it doesn't grow in the lower altitude. This is again a very sensitive plant. Their survival is really challenging. This is the high altitude rangeland area. This is in Sikkim. I hope that one of my friend, I don't know, one lady, she mentioned about the Darjeeling. This is close to Darjeeling area. It is in the Mount Kanchenjunga area. Altitude is around about 8,000 to 9,000 something altitude. And in a season, around 4 or 5 months is covered by snow. And the remaining months after melting of the snow, this plant grows after melting of the snow, getting that water. The life of this high altitude is a very, very unique. Snow covering is also required. When the temperature rise, the snow melt and they get water. All this plant depends on that water. It's a very unique ecosystem. But during your summer months, this is the scenario of the summer month. Many tourists, local tourists and foreign tourists, they are very frequently coming to the mountain as a part of the ecotourism. There is no any human settlement. There are certain agents, they bring that your tent, that make small tents and with all the sleeping bag, mattress, all these things, and camping, maybe around that 1 week or a few months, enjoy the surrounding environment, and they went back. So to carry all these loads, especially for your food items, lodging items, loads items, it is being carried by this horse. They are called as pack animals. They will bring from the lower altitude. Giving the one example for Sikkim, we start climbing up to this point from one Yuksam. They call it Yuksam, which is the first coronation of Sikkim was held in that particular area. In fact, our beloved, what I can say, film actor, Denny Denjongpa, his native place, that Yuksam. Then from Yuksam, it climbs up to 13,000 feet. We climb up to 13,000 feet. It takes generally around 3 days. From Denny Denjongpa's residence up to this point, it takes 3 days. So their life is very, very different. Those mountain people, particularly in a higher altitude, is a very, very different, unique. I hope that my friend is looking his watch, so time is quite limited, I feel. Yeah, this is the pack animals. After bringing the lot, we free them to graze around it. This is again that sheep. They have the one cycle of life. During the winter, severe winter season, all these sheep will bring down to the lower altitude. When the temperature rises, all the animal will take off to the higher altitude. They will do grazing around it, because by the time it is a very good fodder, grasses available, very luxuriant growth of grasses. So all these sheep will be allowed to graze. Then again, to the onset of this winter, then all these animal will come down to the lower altitude, and all the, what I can say, fur will be cut. From the fur, many very economically important products are being made. Even the milk from this is made many food items, just like the surpi. I hope that you might be aware about the surpi, the dry milk of the yak and the sheep. This is again the herds of these sheep, flock of sheep. Again, all this tourist photography is not that clear. Many tourists, eco-tourists are traveling. They have a lot of impact, because that trampling itself is killing a lot of biodiversity. Trampling has a lot of effect on biodiversity as well as soil or soil texture due to continuous ramping. It spoils this thing. This is the experimentation I made in the high altitude. Around 5 fencing were made, 20 by 20 meter. There is no any habitations. I cut down these plants from the high altitude, bringing up to 13,000 feet altitude by hiring porters, and make a fencing of the 20 by 20. and I observe what is the impact of livestock grazing on the biodiversity, richness and the diversity of the species there. Inside is a lot of flowering. You see it, lot of flowering is there. Outside is quite grazed. So I did experimentation in the high altitudes. But my research finding found that, and we have given the recommendation to the state government also, rotation of this grazing in 3 years can sustain the biodiversity. That was the findings of my study. So we recommended to the state government that, okay, particular area is a grazing that practice is being done, but next you please move some other places. You move in the next year, move another places. Then in the 3rd year, please come back to the original one. You will find the same biodiversity. Species richness diversity is available. So 3 years grazing rotation was recommended from our finding. And the people in the Himalaya, they have a very rich traditional knowledge system. This is a one plant, this is a fodder plant. You know very well that during the scarcity time, in the off-season time, there is no any grasses, all the grasses are dried. By the time they cultivate such type of the high yielding fodder tree species. All the fodders are not thing. They have identified some of the fodder tree species, and all these species has very good nutrient content also. We did the analysis. So this Acer campbelli is one of the species, very good fodder plant, and the villagers inhabited at a lower altitude, they always cultivate this tree to substitute when there is a scarcity of fodder. This is one species. Again, this is another species, Brassioipsis mitis. This is again another species having a lot of nutrition thing, and as well as the fodder production is also very, very high as compared to some other plants. This is the dried milk, the surpi. I hope that the life of the people in the Himalaya is closely associated with this one. They get energy whenever they just walk in the hills. While they are working, they got a very good energy from this dried surpi. While working in the farm also, they always chewed or they always put in their mouth. This is the impact of livestock trampling on the trekking corridor. So we did all the profiling, soil quality, comparative assessment with some other virgin area. So a lot of impact on this soil profile. Yeah, thank you very much. In fact, that I have a lot of information to be presented, but due to limited time, that I cannot share. And I feel that today all the experts from the state as well as from different parts of Himalayan region, we will have a very meaningful discussion. And whatever their experience, we will just share and gather together, and we'll try to find out what may be the best management option and what method we can adopt in a very sustaining manner. We'll discuss. Thank you very much all.
Thank you very much, Dr. H. Bir Kumar Singh, Professor Dr. H. Bir Kumar Singh, Chief Scientist, CSIR, NEIST, Manipur, for giving a wonderful presentation on climate adaptation practices at IHR, ladies and gentlemen. So, may I call upon the state representatives. Would you please come on stage and take chair? Mr. D. Dohurobin, Director, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Arunachal Pradesh. Coming up next is Mr. Sushant Banik, Senior Scientific Officer, Grade A, Science, Technology and Environment, Government of Tripura. And another representative, Mr. Kekunel Chu, Scientist B, Science and Technology, Council, Nagaland. I don't get any name, but may I call upon any representative from the state of Mizoram, if anybody here? So they would to please come on stage and take chair. From experts, one, Dr. Rameswari Yumnam, Department of Zoology, Manipur University. Would you please come on stage and take chair? Miss Tingreifi Lungsaosi, Tingreifi Lungsarwasi, Executive Secretary, Mountain Indigenous Knowledge Center, MIKC, Manipur. And Mr. Mukesh Patil, Ekwadam, Pune. So, I think, and very hopefully, we will be having a panel discussion on the theme climate resilient practices. Areas are showcasing community-led adaptation and resilience models, sustainable lifestyles and circularity in waste management, innovative solutions in agriculture, forestry, water resources, disaster risk reduction and energy. Last one is role of technology, natural solutions and grassroots action. Ladies and gentlemen, so our chairperson is Professor Dr. S. Birkumar Sim, Chief Scientist, CSIR, NIST, Manipur. So it is open to you all. Sir, would you please take it?
So to start this second session, panel discussion, I welcome all the experts coming from state representatives, Mr. D. Dohu Robin, Director, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Arunachal Pradesh, Mr. Sushanta Banik, Senior Scientific Officer, Science, Technology and Environment, Government of Tripura, Mr. Kekun Lultu, Scientist B, Science and Technology Council, Nagaland. Excuse me if I spelled your name that in a different way. Please forgive me. Then representative from Mizoram, I hope that's not there. An expert, state expert from Dr. Rameswari Yumnam, Department of Zoology, Manipur University. Ms. Thingraifi Lungwar C, Executive Secretary, Mountain Indigenous Knowledge Center, Manipur. Mr. Mukesh Patil, Ekwadam, Pune. And the state representatives, state government, they are not presenting. Okay. Now we have 6 experts on this panelist, and I hope that all the experts will share their knowledge, experience, knowledge, and we will have exchange of ideas, and we'll try to find out what may be the best way of practices and innovation in this today's program. So first I would like to request Mr. D. Dohu Robin, Director, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Arunachal Pradesh, to make a presentation. I hope that time limit is already given. I hope that your cooperation to keep the time is always welcome. So I would like to request Mr. Dohu Robin, please.
Very good afternoon to all of you. This is a D. Dohu Robin. I am director in Government of Arunachal Pradesh, looking after environment and climate change. And I am also the project coordinator, what you say PI for DST supported NAMSI project in Arunachal Pradesh. So once again, a very late good afternoon, and wishing you from the land of the first sunlight in India and the land of blue mountains. And so I will go with today's theme, not to say the theme, but I was thinking I am not supposed to make presentation, so some little homework may be deficient in data, like my friend from Jammu, Kashmir, Dr. Majid, has given good amount of data analysis. So, but then I will be making the presentation. So, next. Okay. So, like Arunachal is a state, like this is the largest state in northeast in terms of area, and there has been depletion of forest cover. Earlier it was some 80 point something, now it has come down to 79 point some 5%. So the total forested cover area is about 66,400 square kilometer, which is so to say 3 times of the size of Manipur. So that implies that we have varied topography, and over the years we have been facing some rising temperature, and the rainfall has been very erratic, like sudden downpour, like what you say, sudden downpour, cloud burst, and glove issue has been there, glacial outburst, and frequent flash flood, and landslide is very often. So we are facing those difficulties. That is to give up a summary on Arunachal context. So these are some of the issues we had in the recent years. So the challenges, like these are the key challenges what we are facing as of now. In terms of agriculture, some years back, like we thought about cash crop, so that the people were persuaded not to go for Jhum cultivation. Instead of Jhum cultivation, you go for some cash crop. That way it will give some green cover. So that way most of our Arunachal lands, other than the protected areas, it is community forest, because community own the forest. So large scale deforestation was done in the name of cash crop, like large cardamom. Kilometers of the land were burned down, and cash crop like cardamom was brought into picture. And so again in the recent years, like now palm oil is in the recent years they have like come up in so much this thing, like this is also giving, like this is the state government initiative and some initiative from some sector, because that agriculture and horticulture departments are supporting that one. But then this has given rise to some water level, surface water has been going down. Likewise, we have some crop loss and some insect-borne diseases, and that crop, whatever that crop yield is not proper. And likewise, the other things I have covered. And in terms of like energy sector also, like due to urbanization, like short urbanization, people are using mostly in urban areas all this thing AC. So that way it is giving to quite a global warming. So like to cope up with these issues, our state government came up with Pocket Declaration 2047, because in 2047 it will make 100 years. So with that aim, there has been some 75 strategies under 5 Pancharatna, what you say, 5 sectors. So under that 5 sectors, the Arunachal government has declared climate resilient, like to adopt climate resilient practices. So like as of now, like things are in planning stage, like we are mobilizing with the communities, and best practices in traditional knowledge is being taken into account, that the data is being collected and some framework is being developed. And in terms of our showcasing on the best practices in traditional knowledge, like we have still that Apatani Plateau, they are still doing with that fish cum wet rice cultivation, wherein fish wastage is being used as a manure for the crop production. And that way it is giving to no use of the fertilizers. And this practice helps in maintaining that methane emission as well. And we have some community conserved areas, and we are also promoting some ecotourism. So like in places like Tawang and the Thembang Sinchung area, that Bogun village, they are promoting these issues, and there has been some village level committees to organize that and sensitize it among the panchayat bodies. So this is the waste collection by the Gramin workers. And in terms of like Sangte and Siluk village in Arunachal, these villages, they have been some zero emission on the waste management. And some with respect to some innovative solutions and technological solution, we have set certain strategies and certain targets to achieve that one. So these are on water resources. This is the key strategies that has been identified under SAP-CC, but our SAP-CC for Arunachal is not yet complete due to, like as I said, Arunachal is a state very difficult in terms of data collection. Like we had earlier, our SAP-CC of 2011 was based on 16 districts, and this year again, after a decade, in 2021, that one we engaged, the data was again for 16 districts. So we emphasize that now those 16 districts, now we have as of now 28 districts in Arunachal Pradesh. So that data of that 16 district will not be a factor for determining the vulnerability and climate action plan. So that way, but then this is almost the final stage. So this has been data that has been key strategy that has been identified with the stakeholder consultation with the line departments. This we have identified, and these are the key strategies and their targets. Forestry. And this is energy sector. And this is disaster management. And like in adapting with the climate resilience, we made a project in Arunachal under NAPCC. But that is still ongoing, but that the fund has been stopped like since last 3 years, but we have been given one-time extension. So we are still in hope that it will come. But then so long like it was active till 2022. So till then we had a success story. So that I will be presenting as a small video after this thing. So like we have a steering committee under the chairmanship of a chief secretary, wherein Director Environment is the member secretary for that SLSC committee. So we examine and scrutinize all proposals received for the climate change perspective in Arunachal Pradesh. So like this is small video. Yeah. Sound?
को यानी पानी बहुत बढ़िया से इम्प्रूव हो रहा है। पहले तो ऐसे नहीं था ये सीजन में, सूखा के बेहतर था।
पहले जो पानी सूखा था, अभी पानी भी निकल गया, थोड़ा वॉल्यूम निकल गया। ये काम करने से फिर भी आगे हम लोग बढ़ेगा।
हम लोग यहाँ जंगल में नदी नाला में कुछ पानी उन्हें नहीं था। जब हम लोग आया उस पर जितना भी हम लोग खाना है, जो कुछ किया है, अभी सब नाला पानी फुल हो गया। ड्राई, देयर इज नो सिंगल ड्रॉप ऑफ वाटर। ये पूरा सूखा रिचार्जिंग करके बहुत खुशी है, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। ये काम जो आने के बाद में प्रैक्टिकली काम करके आपको शो करना पड़ता है ना, इसलिए हम तो इसको बहुत तारीफ करते हैं। NFCC के ये काम के लिए हम लोग पब्लिक को कम से कम 1-2 रुपया तो मिला है, अच्छा लगा है। और हम लोग अभी ये वाबा है बनाना, उससे हम लोग को और बाद में जब वो फल निकलेगा तो फिर हम लोग को फायदा होगा, या खाने भी मिलेगा, मार्केट में बेच भी सकते हैं।
महीना में हम लोग 20 तो मछली से फायदा तो हो रहा है। मतलब अब कैसा लगा ये प्रोजेक्ट जो आप काम करके इसमें?
अच्छा है, ये मदद ये किया है, अच्छा है। में ये केला लगाया है, और ये तामुल और गुआवा और ये
बनाना लगाया है, और ये नारियल भी है, और ये अमूल गच्छी भी है, गुआवा भी, ऑरेंज भी है।
कितना आपका हेक्टर कितना हुआ है?
100 हेक्टर।
So that was a short video to present on our rejuvenation, on that our adaptation project that we undertook. So like study in terms of like problems and that our initiatives, strategies, what we intend to take, that has been already furnished in the table. But over and above, like as a case study, I like, since experts are here, like Arunachal people, like after that case crop, case crop, palm oil, that cardamom and this thing, people have those people who used to do wet rice cultivation, paddy field, they no more do. They became lazy because they have seen money, So this is a case study, critical issue that has not been tabulated in the table, but this is some issue like it should be noted. A case study is required how to like rejuvenate and how to make them again work in that field, because that way yesterday evening I got to meet our Dr. Athing. I came to know about crop sovereignty. Like our crop sovereignty is being lost. That our indigenous crop varieties are being no more being produced except few places. So everything is exported from imported from outside. So that way those lands are being sold by the villagers for over there. Instead of that WRC, you can now find some buildings, some structures coming up. So this is some issue pertaining to my state, Arunachal, because it's community land, So like what is needed to be done, and something of that sort is to be done. So like with this, I will wind up my speech here, presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, that Mr. Dohu Robin. In fact, please wait for 1 minute.
Okay.
Some questions will be invited from the audience, as well as first I would like to ask a question to you. When that large cardamom cultivation started in Arunachal? Question will be after all.
Together later on.
Will it not better to just complete and send, because that question may be forgotten, the questions and this thing? But I've given only that 15 minutes only, not much.
But I can reply your question. That was in after late, not late, early 2000. Early 2000 that cardamom cultivation began in
What is the production, that quantity production present?
That we have not yet quantified. Not yet quantified.
Okay. I hope that Arunachal is a very thinly populated area, so.
Yeah, most thinly populated. Least I should say.
Yeah.
17% per square kilometer.
So, but still that a lot of challenges are there.
Yeah, many challenges.
We need to prepare for that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to request Mr. Sushanta Banik. So, time given is only 15 minutes. If you can complete a little before, is okay, fine.
Good afternoon from Tripura. Respected Chairman Sir, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Braju Kumar and his team for arranging such an excellent lunch. After such a lunch, this is the time to listen, not talk. However, Respected Chairman, sir. Actually, this technical session outcome will be compilation of best practices for replication across Himalayan states. So I will talk best practices, not best practices. I will talk one of the best practices in our states, in our state Tripura, from we are doing from our department. Before these best practices, I want to tell something in 2 slides. This one slide, this is a proud moment for us because we went to the national news due to this is called hazard.
Climate change.
Due to hazard, weather hazard, I think it may be climatic hazard in our state. In 2023, in the month of April, there is a heat wave. For this, schools are shut down for 7 days. It is unprecedented in our state. The very next year, in 2024, we have seen same phenomenon that in April again schools are shut down. In 2024, after April heat wave, this August, there is a devastating flood. In such a small states, near about 20 people died in that flood. So, this is the climate emergency. This is the profile, vulnerability profile of Tripura. High exposure to floods, landslide and erratic rainfall. Vulnerable tribal and marginal farming communities. Sectoral risk, agriculture, water, health, forests. And all we facing these data gaps in climate projection and monitoring. If you seen this graph, this is the flood near about, I think, near about 180 kilometers of road in our one district, that is Gomuti district. In that district, 450 kilometers roads are there. In that flood, near about 180 kilometer roads just flooded. These roads again not repair, we have to construct again. And now I am coming to this technical sessions, this theme, community-led adaptation models. There are many, other models also in our state. I'm only giving here 3 models. The model bio-village development model, CRIP-led and self-help group-led disaster risk reduction. This is the first one, this bio-village development model. This is a multi-sectoral approach. How we started this project. Last 4 to 5 years, or I think before COVID, we did this district level vulnerability assessment in 12 Himalayan states. After that, in our state, we did block level vulnerability assessment. This block level vulnerability assessment, we identified some blocks that's the most vulnerable. Then we come with this project. This is BioVillage 2.0. What is this? This is a village level program. where multi-departmental approach implemented in that village. Till date, we have completed, I think, 7 bio-villages. So first, I start here. This is a success story. We are calling this success story. This bio-village 2. What are you doing? Bio-village 2 is a basket of multi-enterprise components derived from eco-friendly approaches. Its maximum benefit for farmers, ecology, and village GDP as a whole. The bio-village 2 is positive shift. What we did, renewable, agri and agri-allied, social, environmental, from conventional bio-village. Only organic practice. This our conventional bio-village, only we practice organic. But here we approach a multi-dimensional, multi-departmental approach. What is the what we doing here? Bottom to top planning. We went in the village. We asked them that this is our project. What you need? This is presently ongoing projects. Components what we provide them. It is dynamic based on available resource and interest of the beneficiaries. It is not dependent on us. Beneficiaries, they in the community level, they decide that what components they need. We basket 14 to 15 components. From there, they choose 2, 3, 4, 5 components based on the availability. Suppose one component is beekeeping, which enhance the productivity of agricultural crops. Equal and major contribution of women beneficiaries. It is the funded.
I hope that time is running out, so let us try to short it a little. Yeah, please.
Okay, sir. Till date, we completed 7 bio-village, completed 12 bio-village. Now 7 are ongoing. That one bio-village, the budget is 25 lakhs, and beneficiary got 33,000. Total number of beneficiaries 40 to 50, 40 to 60. Components we given, and one green mitra in that bio-village. This is the components we are giving. This is running project. These components are given to the villagers. This is implementation strategy. We are going every week. Our official going to that village every week. They consult what is the problem, what is the hindrance are there. We try to solve this. And this is SOP, how we did this program: pre-survey, meeting, mapping, training, field visit, distribution, and monitoring. Monitoring is our part. We are doing this very carefully. This is challenge we encounter. Reorient the conventional mindset. Actually, the villagers are doing the conventional things. We have to train them. Then after that, they will come under this project. Then multiple departments are coming to this project. They are now interested. First of all, what I'm sharing, first when we formulate this project in the first year, the departments, line departments are not interested. But nowadays, they are very much interested. They are eager to come under this project. This is before and after what is going on. And this is one thing I want to share. This is additional income, per family income. You see, we told that this 40 to 60 beneficiaries, the average 50 beneficiaries, that is 50 families are there. So per family, per month, 3,000. This is a study-based output. This is minimum. What we are providing, this is what they got in first month, second month. These are depicted here. This this alignment with this national commitment 157, this is SDG 13, 14 and 15. This one is praised by the Honorable Prime Minister of India in his Man Ki Baat program. He said that this project for the people of Tripura is proud for the people of Tripura. And this one recognition from Prasar Bharati. And this is sir already, those are already told these things in his slide. So I am not going to this. So this is from my end, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have more number of resource persons to speak. So I hope that I'd like to request the rest of the speakers to complete your talk, if possible, by 5 minutes. Because that we can get a little more time in discussion. So by the time that we'll participate actively. So next, I'd like to request that Mr. Kekunilil 2 from Nagaland.
A very good afternoon. The session chairs the Department of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur, esteemed co-panelists, respected delegates from different states, government and private agencies. I would like to give a very brief highlights of the Nagaland state, especially the activities on climate change adaptations and some good practices. As we all are very aware that we have almost all the states have got a climate change cell in their own respective states. So I'm not going to go into detail about the mandates that have been taken within the climate change cell and also the national flagship programs and all the sort. Actually, I'm the co-PI of the climate change cell. With all due respect and honor, actually our PI, 1.5 months ago, he expired. He passed away. So with due honor, I take over the charge and I'm going to give you a brief highlights of the climate change cell and the activities that happens in Nagaland. Actually, I will be very brief. I will just take you to 2 or 3 practices which are not actually really implemented with the scientific inputs as of yet, but we have documented and seems to be very reliable, very, very sustainable. So here we go. Next slide, please. Okay. So actually, our state is now preparing for the SAP-CC, the second version. The first version has been prepared and already approved by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. The second, it has taken place with a revision. Actually, more so, earlier version came up, as we all be aware, that more so with the secondary data. But this time, we have more rely on the primary data, and this is how we are coming with the second versions of our SAP-CC. And on this one, the state government has taken a big step towards this direction, and that is Nagaland Legislative Assembly has formed a committee on environment and climate change. I think this is a big step towards the political corridor and the bureaucrats coming together and fostering the climate actions in the state. And the next, we have some of these state-specific climate change adaptation program. Actually, this is a national flagship program, but very strictly, it is through the National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change. That's why I'm just highlighting this one. This is the Jimpu Conservations of Indigenous Rice Varieties under Traditional Livelihood Integrated Rotational Farming System. That is JUM optimizations. And so under this, actually, we could able to register about more than 800 indigenous species of rice, 862 to be exact. So this is one particular initiative that has come from the central government, and which is also a very state-specific, because we all know that we are very rich in indigenous varieties of crops as well as rice. Next, coming back to the best practices here for the state of Nagaland, though we ourselves were not able to, converge with or interface with science and technology directly into this system, but with the documentations and the studies so far we had, it seems to be very sustainable. Now we're talking about deforestation. Nagaland has got a very, maybe in some other part of the Himalayan states might have this one, but Nagaland, so to speak, is quite unique in the land holding system, because only in some cases, it is held by community, it is almost like individual land holding system. So we are talking in the morning about the forest fragmentations and all this thing. So it is very difficult to control from the government side. So this is a traditional practice which we call elder-based farming system. It's a kind of agro, silvi, horti farming system. And this is also can be quite related to the present day, much acclaimed that the permaculture that we are talking about so much in different platforms across the nations and also across the nations. So this one actually, I'm not going into the detail of this, how the practice is being done, but it is basically a agro-silvi horti farming system, which seems to be sustainable because we really don't keep on rotating. This is just in the same place. We use this elder, as you know, is nitrogen fixing tree, so it can regenerate, like the fertilizing soil fertility management, as well as this in the summer days it gives in the winter days when it's dry it gives a canopy cover. When summer comes, it opens up because of the polardin. It opens up for, like aeration as well as for the sunlight. So this is one practice I think which can be adapted in the other Himalayan regions as well. So I'm talking about this one. The next, elder-based Jum farming system. This is the one. The next we have is, this is also a traditional practice there in Nagaland. But as the time comes by, the need for this, more and more of these practices are feeling, like the need. So here we have got, this has not been institutionalized earlier, but with the intervention from the government sector as well as from some private players, now this has started to be institutionalized. So community seed banks. And here, the Zabo farming system, which one of our the director of this, director from Arunachal has spoke about this, but technically speaking, actually it is not only about the pisciculture and the rice cultivation, though it's a part of it. If you look closely, this is, I think, one of the most sustainable practices which we can be adopted in the hilly region of the Himalayan system, because as we see, the forest, most of the hills most of the settlements in the hills are almost on the on the hilltops, or whether on the slope. So the forest area, the settlement comes, then the next is the cattle shed or any farming system. Then comes the siltation pond, which will collect some silts and then pass over to the water harvesting pond, which can, at this rate, like when we talk about the erratic rainfall, the number of days of less rainfall, and also the intensity of rainfalls distribution. So this pond can able to hold for 2-3 months or even more. So when the monsoon onset comes early, we can store it up for the later phase when the right time comes. And then next come to the pericultivation with fishes. A small pond for the fingerlings, then next when it grows up, most of the time during summer, because of the overflowing of water, it comes down to the next layers. Now, the last pond is completely dedicated to fishery pond, which have got a higher banking. So this is the practice, I think, which we can able to interface with the modern technology, which can be interfaced with the technology that are available in climate adaptation practices. So these 2 or 3 I would like to share with you, and with that I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Next, that Mizoram is absent. Experts that Dr. Rameshwari Yumnam. I hope that you can conclude your findings in a very nutshell, because we are already running late and still there are another 2 speakers left.
Yeah, a very good evening to everyone. And with the permission of the chair, I would like to start my presentation. And of course, before that, I would like to thank the director, Dr. T. Brajakumar, and the Director of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur, for giving me this opportunity. And indeed, it is a pleasure for me to stand before you to show or highlight some of the insights on how nature itself inspires the innovative solutions for our sustainability challenges which we are facing. So, I have kept the title as Adapt, Innovate, Sustain, and which is wholly based on the nature-based innovation solutions for sustainability. So, this is the problem which the whole world faces, and Manipur is not free from this problem. So we have the global water, food, energy nexus, the sustainability problem, the circular economy thing. So we know that by 2050, the 70% of the population will be city dwellers, and every week there is an increase of Hyderabad's population in the world, which is 1.2 million increase. And we know that there is only 2.5% of the fresh water, and we are all dependent on that, starting from the domestic use to agricultural use. So how are we going to sustain? Then, these are the challenges, not the challenges we face while implementing a project or anything, but the challenges which the natural system faces. It may be a lake, rivers, or any system. So the main important challenges which the natural system faces is the environmental challenges, which we are talking about very much, which is very much in theme with today's conclave. Climate change, extreme weather events, pollution. Then biological changes, we have invasive species, which are the products of many of our, selfish greed, actions. Or another thing is the disease outbreaks and loss of biodiversity resultant from all those things. Then the third challenges is human-induced challenges, which we usually call the anthropogenic challenges. So that includes deforestation, habitat loss, overexploitation, urbanization, and as such. Then the last challenges which the natural system face is systematic and feedback challenges, like we do not have a feedback loop. So that is the main thing, and also the ecosystem imbalance. And this reduces the resilience which is already there in the nature. We know that despite this mounting pressure on the natural systems, from climate change to all these challenges, the nature, through its resilience and balance, they try to offer us different models which we can adopt and adapt, and from there we can innovate ideas and we can integrate into our policies. So this is what I'm going to talk about. So there are a lot of innovative technologies coming up, but I am more of a researcher than a practitioner, but here I'm talking as a practitioner because we are practicing 2 innovative technologies as of now in one of the wetlands and another along with the fish farmers of Manipur. So from the first innovation which I'm going to talk is about Fundi-based floating treatment wetland system, which everyone has seen in many of the wetlands in Manipur. And the second one will be aquaponics, means like rearing of fish along with plants. So these are the 2 innovative technologies. So the key principle of circularity, we know that it is first to eliminate the waste and pollution, then regenerate nature, then circulate the products out of that. So this is the main principle of circularity. So This is what I'm coming to, Fumdi-based floating wetland system of wastewater treatment, which we are implementing in one of the lake, along with Dhanamandjari University and in collaboration with the Department of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur. So this is how we are planning to go forward for the wastewater treatment in the wetlands. Of course, the wetlands, the load the wetland can sustain, it's a problem here. That is why we face a lot of floods in Manipur also. So this is the system which is there. I will not go into the nitty-gritty of the research. So this is not a research platform. Then these are the advantage, the comparative advantage which we can offer from the Fumdi-based floating treatment wetland system: ecological adaptability and resilience, then use of local biodegradable materials, then also the community engagement and cost effective. It is the most cost effective system and easy deployment, and also it is one of the sustainable food production system, and it can be integrated with other ecosystem management systems also. Then the other technique or the technology is aquaponics. Here this has been there since long time, since the Aztec civilization. The principle was there, but we were not incorporating scientific ideas into it. So now we have come up with that. I mean, like many of the people in the world are working on this. So it differs in different climatic conditions and microhabitats and all. So we are also working on this in Manipur. Here we rear fish, and out of that, the waste of the fish, rearing pond, we are using it for growing vegetables, and the main work will be done by the microbes and the bacteria which is there in the system. So these are the principal system and the symbiotic cycle in aquaponics. Then, so why aquaponics is termed as a circular economy, and it is also used for sustainability, and it also helps in the food-water nexus. Why? Because we grow plants, then we also grow fish, then after that even we can grow algae, then from the waste we can generate biogas, we can generate microbial fuel cells, we can generate manure, a lot of things. So this becomes a circular economy in itself. So aquaponics is one such sustainable technology when we talk about aquaculture. Since I'm into the fishery sector, so we work on this also. Yeah, some of the practices which are there in Northeast. So my colleague, the panelist from Arunachal, has talked about the Apatani rice culture system in Arunachal, but we can always integrate the recirculation of the water in this as one of the scientific intervention. And also my colleague from Nagaland has just now spoken about the Jabo system, where he said that this is the most sustainable practice of, in Nagaland, which is already there. But here I want to say that from the fishery pond, which is the last water storing thing in the Jabo system, we can always integrate a constructed wetland, and we can, treat the water, and from there you can recirculate the water again to the water harvesting pond. So in that way, the water will be recirculated and it will be sustained. So this is what I want to, suggest when it comes to the Nagaland Jabo system. Then for the restways, which we have in many of the Himalayan states like the Himachal Pradesh and Sikkim and all. So the restways in many of the Himalayan states, they are like, when I go to Sikkim or Himachal for the fish culture, they just let go of the water. But instead of that, we can again introduce a recirculatory system by introducing a constructed wetland. In that way, the water can be utilized 3 times. So we don't need to let the water go off. So in that way, the water will be sustained. But let me come to the final 2 slides of my presentation, which is about the challenges which we face in implementing such kind of projects. So these are the challenges, overall challenges for both the system, but some may be applicable to one and some may be applicable to the other. So when it comes to the wetland implementation, the project, the Fumdi-based floating treatment system, what happens is we face a lot of ecological challenges, which includes like the site-specific variability. So whatever we do it in the Waithau Phumnom part cannot be replicated in another wetland, because the micro conditions will be different. So we need to study the adaptability and the site variability, then the seasonal water fluctuations and biodiversity concerns, and also like maintaining the environment of that wetland is also a very difficult task. Then when it comes to anthropogenic activities or challenges, then the main issue is the excessive, sediment load which we get in the wetland. So they are not able to sustain. So that was the issue which is there. Then also encroachment and land use. So we need to reclaim the wetland, and we need to, because of the urban expansion and agricultural runoffs. So there is a lot of issues in that. Then the community and social, when it comes to community and social, it is very much important, because when we have to go for a sustainable solution, or when we have to go for conservation of any of the natural systems, without the aid of the community, that is not possible at all. So the community has to take an active participation, and we need the co-ownership, or we can include the need for the community ownership of that particular, the technology which you are implementing in that particular site.
Dr.
So just 2
Rameswari,
minutes.
please come to the concluding that.
Yeah. Then of course the community also knows the traditional knowledge. So we need to know about the wetlands, like how much water volume is coming, the water budgeting and everything, although they are not knowing in a scientific way, but a lot of, historical, traditional knowledge the community knows. So we need to take that and integrate while we are implementing a project, or while we are innovating a scientific project. And of course, and another thing is the participation of the women, which is very much important when it comes to conservation. Then scientific and awareness gaps, which we have seen in the first, in the morning session, so I would not go further into that. And the last thing which I wanted to talk about is the scaling up challenges. Of course, a project may be successful when it is implemented in a small scale, but when it comes to scaling up, then it becomes a real difficult problem, so we need to act on that. So with that, I would like to end my presentation, and with a message that let's continue to learn from nature, because in every challenge, it already holds the blueprint of our survival and progress. And also to adapt to change, innovate through nature, and sustain the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rameswari. Yeah, in fact, that 2 experts we have, let us try to complete within maybe 10 or 12 minutes. Because before 5 we should complete it, and sitting inside the room we don't see that where is the sun, this thing, but when we see the words, it is already late. So let us come to the point, what I can say. It is all that is strong, what I can say, that experts. So let us put the bullet points only, so that it can understand within a very short time to all the audience. Yeah, please. Miss Thingraifi. I hope that everybody is looking to complete within 5 minutes. They have sent a message silently.
A very good afternoon, everyone. We call as Mahai Reo Reo in our language, so please answer me as Mahai Reo Reo. Mahai Reo Reo, thank you. Well, I believe in the global mantra of think global, act local. I'm skipping the address to save time. I am with an NGO, and as well as I am with the women's organization because I believe in community action and community resilience when we talk about climate change adaptation. And many have rightly said that we have an emergency crisis, a climate crisis now. So basically, my previous speaker has left me with indigenous knowledge and women's action. I'll be continuing as from the perspective of indigenous women's and indigenous knowledge, indigenous science, I should say, and as well as women's action. So basically, what we look at is very basic things in life, like the clean air, the clean water, the availability of food of our choice, and energy. So based on that, we act as a women's group, as a women's action, we act. And our priorities are on availability of water, food sovereignty or food security, waste, and community protocol. I won't be speaking about water and waste as well as community protocol, but what we have taken action on food security as a collective women group. So we identified climate resilient crops, which is millets and chopsters, sayote, and passion fruits. Why? Because we know the know-how. The seeds are available with us. We don't need to invest much. We don't need to invest much time and resources. So collectively, as a women group, we have taken that action, and for the past 2 years, we have been promoting, distributing seeds, because millets and chopsters it was dying, so we revived that. And now we are proud to say that we are ready to celebrate. And then our vision is also to address food security of our community by 2030. So I don't need to speak much on that. We can discuss on that later. But the challenges we face is we could not find a dehusking machine. We tried to approach the Sendersi Agriculture University. Till now, they have not delivered. So there is a gap of technology linkage and the practice on the ground. And the other is also, as you have seen today, the biodiversity section, the food stalls. Mostly we harvest from nature, and all of them are healthy food. But we still need to enhance our skill on food preservation and processing. Those are our challenge, which we still haven't answered yet. I also wanted to say that our farmlands are in situ conservation area for scientists, and we have, as indigenous women, we have collected a lot of seeds and medicinal plants and herbs for you. Today, when I listened to the presentation from the Institute of Bioresource and Sustainable Development, it's just like, our traditional knowledge is not being recognized at all. But when is the Comm Institute? You highlighted so much, which we have been practicing for generations and then generations. And I think it's high time that we integrate science, modern science and indigenous science. That's my message. And also, as of on the community protocol, we have worked with, we started working with DOC, but we are not able to complete as of now. But I am confident that this can be an interface between the customary and the former system. So my recommendation for this platform would be, yes, I very much vouch for having a platform for the Indian Himalayan state. But I wouldn't say as a climate research center. I would rather recommend to have Indian Himalayan Integrated Study Center, because if we focus only on climate science, then we will miss out the social and the cultural aspect and so many of the spiritual elements that we believe the IHR have got. And let's remember that Himalaya is the pulse of the earth, and every time it's ticking. Thanks. My presentation ends here.
Yeah, thank you very much that Ms. Thingrai, you just completed your presentation on time. I hope that you are the best talker today, because you completed your this thing on time. Similarly, that I would like to request Mr. Mukesh Patel, Aquadum, to complete your presentation similar to what I can say. Ms. Thingrai.
A late good afternoon to all. Thank you, the Directorate of Climate Change, our respected chair, sir, I will definitely do much better than thinking tomorrow. Don't worry. I don't have any presentation. So just after listening for all the day, presentations from the morning, given this topic that we are discussing, practice and innovation, I am a practitioner. I belong to Aquadem. The name of the organization is Advanced Center for Water Resource Development and Management, and Aquadem works on groundwater. So basically I will talk only on the two aspects of climate change. One is rainfall, which is visible, and one is groundwater, which is invisible. Okay, so rainfall what I want to share very briefly, in 2024, the whole eastern Himalaya had a deficit rainfall, and in 2025, we have the exceeding rainfall. Now, how much of that exceeding rainfall is there, we can deal that with later on. But what I want to highlight here is, on the data that we are collecting, what is the granularity of the data? Are we collecting still the rainfall from the subdivision or the block level, or are we collecting the data from the village level? Because as I can see from the 2011 census, Manipur has 2,581 villages. So what is the granularity representation that we are giving? So just to bring in the people participation, as my previous panelist has stressed upon it, can we look at people's participation in collection of rainfall in Manipur? So rainfall collection across all 2581 villages, some more villages would be there, because as a climate resilient practice, these are very heavy words. So we have done a similar exercise in Pune. So Aquadem is based in Pune, and by the virtue of that, I am one of the non-IHR person here talking about the IHR region. So what we have done in Pune in 2020 and in later part of 2021, in the COVID, when there was nothing much to do, a lot of volunteers from Pune has monitored rainfall, and I also made an attempt to do that. What I found out in 2021, in Pune district, Pune city itself, it rained for all 12 months. It's itself a unique thing that happened. So can we look at something like that? Because Aquadem runs its foundation course, and there are many NGOs in Pune who runs courses on ecology. So Pune population being mostly from the technocratic and IT industries, they really get fed up on the weekends. So they are really interested to work on the environment. So you can actually check on internet. One of the initiatives from Mr. Abhijit Gandhi, who has led the volunteers, 50 volunteers started monitoring rainfall all across Pune city. Because having set the geography of Pune city eventually had only 3 to 4 AWS. One itself from the IMD, Indian Meteorological Department, the Shimla office is there in Pune. Then we have Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, we have the Air Force Lohgaon base station, and other maybe an agriculture directorate based in Pune. So very limited data was there in Pune, and to counter that, the people came forward and started to collect the data. Now what is that data accepted in the government domain is a different thing to discuss. So as we are discussing about the climate change scenario, of course rainfall bega plays a very vital role. But I also want to talk about the groundwater part, which is fairly invisible, because from the morning nobody has touched upon the groundwater aspect. Now, as one of our chairperson said, Manipur has a very unique relief, a plain Imphal Valley and the hilly areas surrounded across it. So what is the groundwater footprint of Manipur Valley? Okay, let's come to a little lower scale. What is the groundwater footprint of this campus? Do we have some idea of this? So I also want to discuss about another initiative which was taken up by the Water Practitioners Network. One of the NGOs that was leading is Foundation for Ecological Services. They have democratized the groundwater data. They have enabled all the communities which they were working to measure the groundwater data and then just submit the data. Because somehow I feel that, having said that, the groundwater extraction rate of Manipur is only 12%. So looking at the climate change scenario, I will request Dr. Braja Kumar in his presentation on the state action plan, how do we look at groundwater scenario of Imphal Valley in 2050 in 2075. So these are some of the predictions that we need to make. And of course, lastly but not least, I will also discuss about the springs tomorrow. So hopefully I'm anticipating all of you to see you tomorrow, and that is it from my side. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. That I hope that you keep more stricter time than the other speakers. Thank you very much. I hope that we can throw at least 2 questions from the audience. Yeah, please. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you very much for this question. In fact, that our institute CSIR NEIST Jorhat, we have, it is a national laboratory. We have that very good facilities, and in fact, germplasm collection is excellent, what I can say, covering that huge area, and we have the collection of the large number of the important crops. Have you ever been visited to our laboratory? You have visited, but you have visited your germplasm center also? No. After COVID. But from time to time, our institute is implementing that even the national mission programs. For example, lemongrass, citronella, that we have the aroma mission program. Under that program, lemongrass, citronella, patchouli, and many crops we have this. And we have provided quality planting material in terms of blocks to every state of Northeast. And our variety is procured from the company from Bengaluru, from Hyderabad, and others also. And under that mission projects, just like the floriculture mission project we have, aroma mission project we have, even in Manipur also we have already installed the distillation unit, 6 number of the distillation units. But very unfortunately, some units are not working in Manipur. I will tell you, share this information, because incident happened in Manipur. After that, we are not able to monitor that machines, equipments, because most of the machines we have installed in the hill areas. This is the one thing. Otherwise, in Arunachal, even in Assam also, we have installed large number of the equipments. And we have the incubation center in our Jorhat, and where that we have started what I can say, networking with all the many entrepreneurs. Now that product making is made within our campus, especially for citing one example is your making of your tray of your egg, because earlier it was procured from Bhubaneswar, Odisha, but now we produce in our center. It has a huge capacity with the three machines. And another equipment we incubate for making the sana, means from milk. That is also operation around about 3 machines we have already installed here. So that way we are installing that a huge number of the equipments, and now a very close collaboration with many NGOs and others. We have the BioNest. This is one scheme under the Government of India. Under this BioNest, I hope that if you go through website about this BioNest, you will get some idea also. So I hope that we have done quite significant and impeccable that activities on this germplasm collection. It is already done. And any that NGO or individual from Manipur taking this advantage of this platform, We are planning to establish a farm for agar, Equilaria malacensis. Please provide your land. We are providing free of cost the planting material, quality planting material. So a very big program is being implemented for this agar. For Manipur, we are targeting to cover at least around 4 or 5 hectares of land in the beginning. If any interested, please contact with me. So once please visit our center again, and please contact with our one fellow, one Dr. Mohanlan. He's in charge of the Jam Pleasant Center. You will get quite a lot of information. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, any other?
It will, altering the forest ecosystems. So at the same time, we are losing both the crops which is now available and also the crops which is available now at forest. So how could we, set both the crops simultaneously, or do you have any ideas for adapting or preserving such kind of crops in this context of climate change?
Yeah, thank you very much for the in fact, the crop what we are cultivating, the cultivable crop and the crop inside the forest, difference is there. They are more, what I can say, more resilient to the climate change. So when the cultivable crop, just like your rice, cabbage, potato, peas and others, they will more affected due to the climate change. But those vegetation in the wild forest, they will have lesser effect on this climate change. That is why when our cultivable crop damaged, the mother material for development of the high-yielding variety will be depend from the forest. That is why we need to conserve this forest. This is on priority basis. We should understand this one. And okay, no doubt, there will be definitely impact of this climate change. But anyhow, what to do that? Whatever we can do it, we are doing it. But if it is beyond the gods, what I can say, we can't do nothing. But it is our bound responsibility how to mitigate this climate change and how to reduce this climate change. So in this climate change, what I can say, the treasure house is in the forest, wild forest. This is my idea. If the wild forest is available, we have the option to develop new high-yielding varieties. So that is why some of the, it is a phenomenon, any high-yielding variety, they will not survive, they will not sustain for a long time because it is a hybrid. So all the character will disseminate in course of time. Then the scientists need to develop again another variety of high-yielding variety. So during that time, this wild races will be only the mother material. Thank you.
Hello, I have just.
Yeah, please.
This
question is okay. This time.
In your slide, you have shown 4 types of challenges. Okay. Can I add one more challenge? Yeah. This is natural calamities, solar system, oblique cosmic. If you put this one also, it seems it will be more meaningful.
Yeah, our discussion is quite limited here because time is also quite limited. So there are many ideas and many inputs, so we'll try to incorporate in the. Thank you.
Yes, very small.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Raskumar from Manipur. So my
just want to listen from the friends from Arunachal Pradesh or Tripura or Nagaland, maybe one of them not from Manipur side, since I'm from Manipur. We are using this ITK in most of the practices, in adoption of mitigation process, but now we need the blending with the modern knowledge. So do you think that how we can bring it to the common practice by blending with the modern knowledge with the ITK? Will it very much possible, or shall we need some policy on that? If you think some policy is required for them to make such kind of policy, because government is taking some lots of activities on that by utilizing the ITK. But we need some blending of the modern practice also. So for this modernization, for this this blending of this ITK and the modern knowledge, do you think that there will be some policy, or have any success story in your states? If one of you and if there is any success story, then just if not, then it's okay.
I'll try to answer a little from my knowledge. In fact, whatever the scientific discoveries today we have, around 70% is based on traditional knowledge system. That is why one time, okay, scientists just do their research in the laboratory here and there, but now we realize that the traditional knowledge system is critically important in terms of discovery of the new things within a very short time, with limited manpower. That is why traditional knowledge system is very, very important for any type of modern research. It is established fact. That is why our CSIR, we have the traditional knowledge digital library, TKDL. It is available in our headquarters, Delhi. So we have a very different cell of TKDL, and I cannot tell the exact figure, but lakhs of information is already entered in the TKDL. And this center is becoming a very, very important, not only in India, it is throughout the world. So this TKDL system is nowadays imitated by the other countries. It is started by the CSIR.
Hello, in replying to my friend Dr. Braj Kumar, in fact, he was instrumental in hijacking me telephonically to come over here in Manipur.
He hijacks everyone.
So like the question you have raised, asked, or you, so to say, you are sharing the idea in terms of like Arunachal, although very thinly populated, traditional knowledge and traditional way of cultivation and agriculture practice is being realized as of now, not only in agriculture, in many of like even road construction. Earlier they used to do with hand and some raw materials, no. After that blasting and excavator, no, that has taken that entire land mass, no. So that is giving more destruction. Likewise, in terms of agriculture practices, the mechanized way of cultivating in terms of agriculture or whatever, no. Like people are now going for traditional knowledge, and so to say, there should be consensus among us to make a national level policy to implement this traditional knowledge. So some database needed to be collection, and some kind of such kind of symposium should be made specifically for gathering the traditional knowledge techniques. And like, so in Arunachal, like we have 25 major tribes and 100 sub-tribes. Each tribe has got their own system of cultivation, own system of like management, like own system herbal like medicine like what you see nowadays, Lego, Jonam Lego, who got President Award from for her herbal medicines. So like she is using all the herbs and that tree barks, leaves and everything, no? So not depending on the allopathy medicine. So so to say, there should be some national level policy on that. Thank you.
Yeah, even that traditional knowledge system. Yeah. Okay, please.
Hello. Can I have a quick submission?
Yeah, please.
Okay, if you talk about ITKs, we have got lots and lots where we cannot able to discuss everything. But very specific to what I have just spoke about, this Zabor farming system, for example. Now our sir from Assam has rightly pointed earlier that actually there are programs and schemes going around. But I think what we have a little lacking is a kind of the policy which is not strictly followed through, that is one, which is not a policy which is not implemented, and also lack of convergence. Because, for example, just let me say one example. We have got a very big program called Focus IFAT. That is funded by an international agency for this development. Focus IFAT is for northeastern states. This is fostering climate resilient agriculture system in northeastern states. Now, if you talk about that, the mountain ecosystem and the agriculture practice, many scientists have agreed, even from ICAR and also from other research institutes, that Zabor farming system is supposed to be very, very resilient. But in that Focus IFAT, the program has never, really focused, so to speak, on this kind of ITK system. Rather, they have got a different mandate, they have got a different methodology, they have got a different, like research and development, science and technology. India is not lagging behind that, I suppose. We have almost all the technologies that are available to intervene and interface with the ITK system. But two things, what I see is the convergence of the programs and the policy that is need to be implemented. Thank you so much.
Any planning to develop aquaponic fishery farming with big rearing at the same place and the same time? I mean the two-tier system.
So, may I answer in a way that aquaponics is different because, but you are asking mainly about the integrated fish farming. So, integrated fish farming is very much practiced in many parts of Manipur, in different districts, even in Kaching, then Andro and Kurkul. So, where they rear the pigs and the waste of the pigs are given to the fish pond. So, it is very much practiced there. So, that can be done. In aquaponics, what we can do is we don't rear, pigs and all, but the waste product of the aquaponics, if it can be converted into the feed of the pigs, so we can grow plants in the aquaponic sludge. So in that way we can integrate the piggery also. So that can be done, sir.
Okay, once I have got one relevant source of the national paper. In North Korea, they are fish farming.
Yes.
And also the two-tier system. They are taking the human stool. Human stool
Farming purpose. Yes. Of course, human stool is rich in urea. So what we are using in the farm is also NPK urea product. So that can be done. So in many of the countries they do it. So but in India we haven't seen. But of course from the animal products we are doing it in India. Yeah, thank you so much for your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. We had a very hectic presentation as well as a discussion. Briefly giving that in encapsulated form, we had 6 presenters today. First, Mr. Dohu Robin from Arunachal. He has a focus on forest cover decline in Arunachal, and jhum cultivation is being practiced particularly for the crop of cardamom, and palm oil cultivation is also taken up. This is really disturbing the soil, means forest coverage area. Ecotourism promotion is being taken up by the forest department, means government of Arunachal. And he mentioned that data collection in Arunachal is very, very difficult. I know, I was for some time in Arunachal. I did some survey work, especially towards the border of the China, that is called as Chiang Taju. I was there, but after rainfall that I was stuck around about 11 days there. So I know very well. And I would like to mention that your mithun is a very, very important animal in Arunachal. Hopefully in the recommendation, our CSIR can play a vital role in this, because mithun that we have the CLRI, Central Leather Research Institute. We are working on the leather. After consumption of the meat, that leather can be converted into a commercial leather and the products. So I hope that we can play a good role on this. Success in the revival of the spring is also practiced by the local indigenous people. The second talker, Mr. Sushanta Banik from Tripura. Flood is a major issue. This flood is not only Tripura this time. We are facing that around 3-4 times in Manipur also. This is the common phenomenon, becoming common phenomenon everywhere across the globe. Not only Manipur, not only Tripura, not only in India. Even the developed countries are also facing same phenomena. And he mentioned about the 3 multi-sectoral forestry disaster risks. These are the 3 dimensions to be looked upon. And BioVillage is a very success scheme implemented by the government of Tripura, where agri-elite and beekeeping is a very, very important. This is very encouraging, because our institute is also implementing the beekeeping programs. In Tripura also we are implementing some programs there, because beekeeping can control, can maintain this biodiversity. Pollination is a very, very important for this. So this beekeeping is a really, really good for conservation of biodiversity, as well as income generation for the community. The third talker, Mr. Kekunil Tu from Nagaland. Traditional rice cultivation, he mentioned that, highlighted this one, and around 860 indigenous rice species are recorded there in Nagaland. And elder agroforestry is a very hugely practiced there. Agroforestry of this elder is very, very important. It is implemented in the Himalayan regions. Elder means in Manipuri it is called as the pareng. The timber, the very good timber, pareng, that is the elder. And in Sikkim, the agroforestry between elder and the large cardamom is a very, very common there, is a practice. And this can fix atmospheric nitrogen, which other plants generally not able to fix it. So this is very important crop, and this can be considered for implementation in the Himalayan region. Fishery is, he has highlighted the fishery also. Number 4, presenter, Dr. Rameswari Yumnam, she mentioned about the sustainability of the fresh water, because especially water is vital for all the biodiversity, all the biological diversity, and as well as the human health. Water is very important. And but now the big challenge is anthropogenic pressure everywhere, whether it may be wetlands, whether it may be forests, or whether it may be this. So encroachment upon by the human means anthropogenic pressure is challenging. And aquaponics is another potential area she mentioned, and the water recycling is again to be practiced, especially for those areas where water scarcity is there. Number 5 presenter, Miss Thingrefi from Ukhrul. She mentioned about the indigenous knowledge system. And I also experienced that the scarcity of drinking water, potable water in Ukhrul is a big challenge. With Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, we had one visit to the Ukhrul, and we observed that drinking water is a big challenge for Ukhrul people. So, Directorate is implementing some programs about the revival of springs. So, I hope that very recently I come across in the newspaper that the intervention of this Directorate has greatly improved on availability of potable water in Ukhrul. So, I hope that this is a commendable work done by the Directorate, especially for drinking water. She mentioned about the establishment of Indian Himalayan Research Center, especially for traditional knowledge. In fact, traditional knowledge system institution has been established nowadays, and our CSID is also working on that area, and especially for revival of the Ayush and the traditional knowledge system is highly focused by the Government of India. So, Ministry of Ayush has separate ministry now. Government has established a separate ministry, understanding the potential and the importance of the Ayush system. And this folklore traditional system is being focused by the Government of India, and one research institute is being established in Arunachal Pradesh, in Pasighat. I have physically visited there. Next, the last talker, Mr. Mukesh Patil from Aquadam, Pune. He has focused that spring water, two types of the water, one is the visible water and another one is the invisible water. We generally discuss about the visible waters, but invisible, there are a lot of invisible waters that has a lot of potential for supplementing the water scarcity. So he has the inclination to have a very good survey data, especially for Imphal area, about the status and about the quantification of this underground water, invisible water. I hope that Directorate can take up this program very seriously. And he mentioned that even the local community should participate in collection of data, especially rainfall data is very deficit. We collected rainfall data from a particular site, but we don't have the data for the others, because nowadays rainfall is very heterogeneity. Rainfall from 1 kilometer distance, lot of difference nowadays is observing. So that is why the frequency of rainwater collection data is critically important for all the management. So with this, all the 6 presenters made very informative presentations. I hope that we'll discuss further, and we'll add off whatever the suggestions made from the expert as well as from the audience, from the persons, resource person from the other departments, and we'll compile and how we can make a very effective and meaningful that recommendation that can be implemented by the authorities. Thank you very much.
With this, here comes the end of the technical session, part 2. Giving my heartfelt thanks to all the state representatives and the experts who take part in this technical session today. And special thanks goes to Dr. S. Birkumar Singh. So under your chairmanship, we have had such a wonderful and a very fruitful panel discussion this evening. Once again, thank you so much. Well, a cheerful moment comes to felicitate the chairperson along with the panel members. For this, may I request Dr. T. Brajakumar Singh, Director of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur, would you please come on stage. Dr. Hesbir Kumar Singh, Chief Scientist, CSIR, NIST Manipur, along with a memento, a stole. And Mr. D. Dohu Robin, Director Environment and Climate Change, Government of Arunachal Pradesh. Mr. Susant Banik, Senior Scientific Officer, Grade A, Science, Technology and Environment, Government of Tripura. And then comes to Mr. Kenu Ketlu, Scientist B, Science and Technology Council, Nagaland. And Dr. Rameshwari Yumnam, Department of Geology, Manipur University. Ms. Trengei Phi Longwar Washi, Executive Secretary, Mountain Indigenous Knowledge Center, MIKC Manipur. And last but not the least, Mr. Mukesh Patel, Aquadam, Pune. Ladies and gentlemen, before we wind up the program, I would love to give you a small reminder of the program highlight tomorrow. We will be having technical session 3 in the morning at 9 a.m. onwards, and the fourth session, that is the last session, is set at 1:30 p.m. and culminated before 3 p.m. The closing function is to be kick-started at 3 p.m. sharp with the gracious presence of the Honorable Governor of Manipur, Sri Ajay Kumar Bala, as the chief guest. Therefore, all are requested to come on time and make the event a grand success. Once again, thank you very much. And with this, here comes the end of the Indian Himalayan Region Climate Change Conclave, first day. Thank you, and it's goodbye from all of us here.
Chandrakirti Maharaj na Inkumja Lisingamaga Chanipan Kuntramathoi Mache Machal Singbu Punna Chako Kibadagi Ngasi Fauba Pangthok Tuna Lakli. Lamdam Masigi Amatangairaba Hiangai Nini Panba Ningol Chakoba. Ningon Chakoba na Lakpasida Lamdam Asida Puna Kundaminariba. Chingmi Tami Amadi Maitei Pangal Singda. Nungayai Faba Chaukatpa Harau Tayam na Pinaboiba. Oire Sandu Haina Ningon Oibi Equina Yaifa Bauzel Bizari.
Baibu Singna Tambiramba Chatnabi Asi Kaya the Pazakraba Chatnavino. Nungsi Kraba Pazakraba Chatnabi Asi. Matamgi Arangara Kayana Ahomba Puraktanaba. Ningoloi Bisingna Tungi Mirolgi Damakta. Ningo Chakoba Asibu Mutnaidana Lehonaba Hotnaminas.
Uchek Waya Kayana Ritu Nina Sahekpagum. Ningol Oibi Kayana Su. Hiangai Tana Lakpada, Sahek Cherry. Ke Mona, Momon Minokaloina, Jetlasi Ipamdam.
Ritu Gimatungina, Nahona Ning Singale, Ningol Bisingianing Ta, Ningol Sakobana Lakpasda, Ningol Masingwat Pade, Biba Masingsuta Pade, Nisina Seikoi, Nisizanana.
Laibak Tiba Mana, Laibaki Irang Namaram Oiraka, Ningol Chakobaki Toramasi, Jahi Aniromdi, Ningol Chakobasi, Pangtokuje. Irebak Sigidamakta, Hawaii upon Tapi Kraba, Atoba, Atobi Singna. Mapugi Laikondo in Chikna Labor or Shano Haina, Shorgi Mafunda, Tony Jabaga Loina, Tungda, Masuguma Labaktiba Todokasi, Amukhana Tokanaba, Shorgi Mafunda, Tony Jerry, Amadi, Handak Chahiki Lakliba, Ningo Chako Basina, Nianga, Life of Pause, Izet. Iranda Masida, Mukap Miracle, Tadaba, ꯆꯥꯍꯣꯡ ꯉꯥꯍꯣꯡꯕ ꯃꯔꯥ ꯆꯦꯠꯅ ꯄꯥꯟꯕ ꯂꯝꯗꯝ ꯑꯃ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯁꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯌꯥꯠꯄ ꯄꯥꯎꯖꯦꯜ ꯄꯤꯖꯔꯤ
ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜ ꯆꯥꯛꯀꯧꯕꯅ ꯂꯥꯛꯄꯁꯤꯗ ꯃꯃꯥ ꯃꯄꯥ ꯃꯕꯨꯡ ꯃꯧꯄ꯭ꯋꯥ ꯁꯛꯅ ꯇꯣꯉꯥꯟ ꯇꯣꯉꯥꯟꯕ ꯂꯨꯞ ꯀꯌꯥꯅ ꯀꯅꯥ ꯂꯩꯖꯗ꯭ꯔꯕ ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜꯁꯤꯡꯕꯨ ꯃꯌꯨꯝ ꯃꯀꯩ ꯃꯩꯅ ꯇꯨꯝꯅ ꯊꯥꯗꯣꯛꯄꯤꯈ꯭ꯔꯕ ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜꯁꯤꯡꯕꯨ ꯆꯥꯛꯀꯧꯕꯤꯕꯕꯨ ꯀꯌꯥꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜꯁꯤꯡꯅ ꯄꯦꯟꯖꯩ ꯀꯨꯃꯣꯟ ꯀꯨꯃꯣꯟ ꯈꯨꯗꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯄꯥꯡꯊꯣꯛꯄ ꯉꯝꯕ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯤ
ꯑꯍꯧꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯗ꯭ꯔꯕꯗꯤ ꯑꯔꯣꯏꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤꯁꯨ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯂꯣꯏ ꯊꯦꯡꯂꯕꯁꯨ ꯊꯦꯡꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯄꯨꯟꯅ ꯃꯤꯀꯞ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯁꯤ ꯂꯥꯛꯂꯤꯕ ꯆꯥꯛꯀꯧꯕ ꯑꯁꯤꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯝꯗꯝ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯍꯦꯟꯅ ꯍꯦꯟꯅ ꯆꯥꯎꯈꯠꯄ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏ ꯌꯥꯏꯐꯕ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯏꯪ ꯇꯞꯄ ꯂꯝꯗꯝ ꯑꯃ ꯑꯣꯏꯅꯕ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯃꯤꯟꯅꯔꯁꯤ
ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯤꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯑꯃꯠꯇ ꯉꯥꯏꯔꯕ ꯈ꯭ꯋꯥꯏꯗꯒꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯔꯕ ꯀꯨꯝꯍꯩ ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜ ꯆꯥꯛꯀꯧꯕ ꯏꯄꯥꯝ ꯂꯝꯗꯝꯗ ꯆꯠꯇꯨꯅ ꯆꯥꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯈꯩ ꯏꯍꯥꯎꯇ ꯍꯥꯎꯔꯕ ꯏꯇꯥꯔꯣꯏ ꯀꯌꯥꯒ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯗꯨꯅ ꯋꯥꯔꯤ ꯁꯥꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯈꯩ ꯂꯣꯏꯕ ꯅꯥꯏꯗꯕ ꯍꯤꯌꯥꯡꯒꯩꯒꯤ ꯅꯤꯅꯤ ꯄꯥꯟꯕ ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜ ꯆꯥꯛꯀꯧꯕ ꯌꯧꯔꯛꯂꯅꯤ ꯈꯟꯕꯗ ꯊꯃꯣꯏꯗ ꯂꯩꯇꯥꯐꯝ ꯈꯪꯗꯕ ꯉꯥꯏꯕꯗ ꯋꯥꯖꯕ ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯤꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯀꯨꯝꯍꯩ ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜ ꯆꯥꯛꯀꯧꯕ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯀꯧꯕꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯁꯤꯔꯕꯤ ꯏꯔꯝꯗꯝ ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯃꯤꯡꯆꯠ ꯎꯔꯣꯡ ꯈꯤꯜꯂꯝꯒꯦ ꯄꯤꯅꯕꯤꯔꯝꯃꯨ ꯄꯥꯡꯒꯜ ꯊꯧꯅꯥ ꯅꯆꯥ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯐꯤꯒꯥꯎ ꯁꯥꯅ ꯌꯥꯔꯤꯌꯦ ꯄꯨꯟꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯇꯥꯡꯀꯛ ꯀꯌꯥꯗ ꯑꯋꯥ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯇꯠꯅꯕ ꯌꯥꯗ꯭ꯔꯕ ꯃꯔꯤꯅꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯈꯨꯗꯤꯡꯃꯛꯅ ꯃꯥꯌꯣꯛꯅꯒꯗꯧꯔꯤꯕꯅꯤ ꯍꯧꯈ꯭ꯔꯕꯅ ꯍꯧꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯂꯥꯛꯀꯗꯧꯔꯤꯕ ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜ ꯆꯥꯛꯀꯧꯕ ꯑꯁꯤꯗꯒꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯈꯨꯟꯗꯥꯃꯤꯟꯅꯔꯤꯕ ꯐꯨꯔꯨꯞ ꯈꯨꯗꯤꯡꯃꯛ ꯅꯨꯡꯁꯤ ꯆꯥꯟꯅꯅ ꯑꯃꯠꯇ ꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯄꯨꯟꯁꯤꯟꯗꯨꯅ ꯑꯄꯨꯟꯕꯒꯤ ꯄꯥꯡꯒꯜ ꯁꯦꯝꯂꯁꯤ ꯂꯥꯛꯀꯗꯧꯔꯤꯕ ꯆꯥꯛꯀꯧꯕ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯏꯃꯥ ꯏꯄꯥ ꯏꯕꯨꯡ ꯏꯄ꯭ꯋꯥ ꯀꯌꯥꯅ ꯉꯝꯖꯕ ꯗꯈꯤꯅꯥ ꯈꯔ ꯄꯤꯕꯤꯔꯛꯄ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯤꯁꯤꯡꯅ ꯍꯔꯥꯎ ꯇꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯃꯣꯃꯣꯟ ꯃꯤꯅꯣꯛꯀ ꯂꯣꯏꯅꯅ ꯐꯤꯒꯥꯎ ꯁꯥꯅ ꯌꯥꯁꯤ ꯃꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯍꯦꯟꯕ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯨꯅ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯗꯨꯅ ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜ ꯆꯥꯛꯀꯧꯕꯒꯤ ꯐꯖꯕ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯃꯥꯡꯍꯟꯒꯨꯝꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯔꯩ ꯑꯔꯩꯕ ꯈꯔꯅ ꯍꯔꯥꯎ ꯇꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯄꯥꯡꯊꯣꯛꯃꯤꯟꯅꯁꯤ ꯅꯨꯄꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯤꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯄꯨꯟꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯇꯥꯡꯀꯛ ꯀꯌꯥꯗ
ꯄꯤꯛꯂꯤꯉꯩꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯝꯗꯅ ꯏꯃꯥꯒꯤ ꯇꯨꯡ ꯏꯟꯅꯗꯨꯅ ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜ ꯆꯥꯛꯀꯧꯕ ꯆꯠꯅꯕ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯖꯕ
ꯂꯩꯁꯥ ꯄꯨꯡꯀꯛ ꯐꯥꯔꯛꯄꯗꯅ ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜ ꯆꯥꯛꯀꯧꯕ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯠꯇ ꯊꯣꯡꯒꯥꯜꯗ ꯏꯅꯦ ꯏꯆꯦꯕꯨ ꯂꯥꯛꯄ ꯉꯥꯏꯖꯕ
ꯃꯄꯨꯡ ꯃꯔꯩ ꯐꯥꯔꯛꯄ ꯃꯧꯒꯤꯁꯤꯡꯗ ꯆꯠꯂꯕ ꯃꯇꯨꯡ ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜ ꯆꯥꯛꯀꯧꯕ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯠꯇ ꯏꯄꯥꯝ ꯂꯝꯗꯝ ꯆꯠꯅꯕ ꯉꯥꯏꯖꯕ ꯑꯍꯜ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗꯅ ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜ ꯆꯥꯛꯀꯧꯕ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯠꯇ ꯏꯆꯥ ꯏꯁꯨ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯂꯥꯛꯄ ꯉꯥꯏꯖꯔꯛꯄ ꯃꯁꯤꯅꯤ ꯅꯨꯄꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯤꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯄꯨꯟꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯈꯣꯡꯆꯠ ꯍꯤꯌꯥꯡꯒꯩꯒꯤ ꯅꯤꯅꯤ ꯄꯥꯟꯕ ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜ ꯆꯥꯛꯀꯧꯕꯅ ꯂꯥꯛꯄꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯅꯛꯄꯗ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯑꯔꯥꯞꯄꯗ ꯂꯩꯈꯤꯕ ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯤ ꯈꯨꯗꯤꯡꯃꯛꯄꯨ ꯏꯂꯤꯠ ꯇꯤꯚꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯏꯀꯩꯗꯒꯤ ꯌꯥꯏꯐ ꯄꯥꯎꯖꯦꯜ ꯄꯤꯖꯔꯤ ꯍꯦꯄꯤ ꯅꯤꯉꯣꯜ ꯆꯥꯛꯀꯧꯕ